Hello, hello, Brian. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, bro.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, today is the last day. I hope every other person has not dropped. We should end it in a very good note. Please remember to, okay, they are coming in. Remember to include your group number to your name. And then
Good morning.
good morning. Good morning. I just sent emails now to the different groups I have not received their list of attendance. That is quite important to have that because I've received a report as always. Not everybody's taking this quite serious. So, and the certificate we give it to those who have taken part really in the course, not those who have not. So I need a list. So any of the group members who has been responsible for that, please, because those are appointed, not all of them actually had active participation. So please send it to me. The groups I've contacted, then we will take it from there. I mentioned yesterday. I know several of you have completed the evaluation form, but not everyone. I still more than half of you who have not completed it. So please take your time to do that. I think I can put the link here again. Take your time to do that so that we will get your feedback and be able to do justice to improvement. So I have the link here again, the chat box. All right. Is there any pressing question? Any of you have? Otherwise, I want to go through yeah, what I was saying about the group leaders is that please send me the attendance list for your group. I need it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I want to go through again what we did with the meta-analysis, but adding some aspect. Then I will mention some, see how much information I can give, and then I will send you to your groups to finish what you are doing. Or are all the groups ready now for your presentation? Are you done?
No, sir. We are still extracting the data from the identified articles.
You still at data extraction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see how much you can go before because we are starting presentation sharp 10 a.m. GMT. That's when we'll start. So that we can finish and I take my rest. My kids have packed their bags, so.
You deserve that rest, Prof.
Yeah, I will, of course.
You do.
I wouldn't listen to you. I have to take it. If it means leaving you here, you continue your presentation.
Is there
That's
any
great.
Yeah, but I hope we'll finish before then.
is there any other time provided for group assignment?
Yeah, so when we so after the presentation I will make this morning, I will send you. You have 2 hours. I will give you 2 hours to round up what you're doing. Then we'll return back to.
I have a question.
Yes, please, Mariam.
First of all, it's great that you know how to take care of yourself. That's the best gift you can give yourself after you've given us so many gifts.
Yes,
and we hope that you will have a really, really, really nice time with your family out there. My question is on positionality as a researcher. I've had it said, state your position as you're doing this paper. Can you speak a little bit into that? What does it mean? What do you write? For example, in our field, we do research, or I am doing research because of something I have found as I've done therapy with families. And so to remove bias, I need to state my position as in, that's why I'm doing it. But what else can you add to that issue of declaring your position as a researcher in the paper?
Yeah, well, if I understand what you mean, I don't know, the terminology used in different fields may differ, but what I get from you, what you're saying is conflict of interest. And that is why when I started on Monday, I emphasized the need for you not to fund your research with your personal money. That is a huge conflict of interest.
With personal what?
Money, your money. Don't use your money to fund your research. So please, that is one source of conflict of interest. And another source may be, like now you're doing family therapy, Marion, if I use that context, then those you recruit into your study are those that they know you, they can provide the answers based on the relationship they have with you. So it's not objective. It's not objective.
I'm not going to interview people that know me.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that this is a phenomenon that happens. Okay, this is a phenomenon that happens. So when you do that, that is a source conflict in the, because the scientific inquiry should be biased from any sort of relationship between the investigator and the those participants. And if you look at the tool used to make assessment, quality assessment for the randomized control trial, they ask, was the researcher blinded, the data collector blinded to the intervention, where the participants blinded, you know. So these are sources of conflict of interest. So when you submit your paper, they want you to declare if you have any source. In many cases, the question they ask relates to financial contribution from industry, because industry can really influence. Sometimes they have a product and they want to take good news about their product. So if something comes out does not meet their expectation, they may hide it or not report it. Things like that have happened. So there's always a question about whether industry receive money from industry to run the project you have run. So there are different sources of such kind of conflict that will not give us objective assessment of that study, and they want you to declare what your situation is. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, it helps. Can you declare in one sentence as an example?
Usually the journals will always provide statements, and sometimes they provide forms. They ask you what happened. Do you receive money here? Maybe did you know the subject? Then you tick yes or no, yes or no. Yes or no, yes or no. Do you understand?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, so it can come in different ways. Sometimes they can provide you a statement to copy and paste statement so that it becomes yours. And if anything, they will hold you accountable to say that you provided this, you made this statement, you know. Okay, I have Chiamaka.
Sorry, good morning, sir, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I want to thank you for your patience and giving us this opportunity to learn this course. But sir, I want to ask a question, or maybe some clarity. You know, you keep on saying, don't use your money to do research. So I'm kind of wondering, is this research just normal research, or does it also apply to people doing their thesis and their dissertation, maybe bachelor student, master's, and of course, a PhD?
Yeah.
Also research.
Yeah. I mean, when I say don't use your money, I'm talking more of using the money to do data collection, pay people who are collecting data for you and all those. It shouldn't be your personal money. Don't use your personal money for that. I understand the situation with bachelor's degree students, master's degree students, and to an extent, PhD students too are in that kind of situation. But regardless, if things are the way they should be, even none of them should use their personal money to do that. In this part of the world, nobody uses their money to do research, even bachelor students. Because when you're going to do your thesis, they find a supervisor for you. And the supervisor has data you can work on, data collection that has been made, and the supervisor will provide you that. And even if you're going to collect original data, the supervisor will help you to source for fund that can help you to collect that, not that you use your money to do that. Okay, but the reality is reality in our African context, that you end up using your money to do that, but now if you use your money, it should be clear that what Marion was saying before, if you're going to
in Sub-Saharan Africa, intervention here.
What Marion was asking before, you have to declare. You have to declare if you're going to publish a study. You have to declare that you have used your personal money to sow. And when the quality of your study is being assessed, then it will put in that category that there is conflict of interest here.
Are you serious? Because I've seen a lot of research. I mean, some students, they use their money for PhD, masters, and bachelors. And even if, so you still declare no conflict of interest because...
No, you can't do that. All right, let's go to Proscovia.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Bright, for this information and the course. And my question is, we were challenged when we are doing our data extraction. We are doing work on children, but we found that some of the articles, because our target group was less than 18 years, but we found that most of the articles go beyond our age group, like from 1 year to 24, like above our age limit. What should we do in that case? Should we exclude those kind of articles?
So
overlapping.
You're focusing on 18 years and below.
Yes.
Or 17 years and below.
It was 18 years and below.
And below.
But when we extract articles, they have done studies like from 1 year to 24 years.
Yeah, I get that. That happens. That happens often. You get that. So if the phenomenon you are looking at cannot be found in those more than 18 years, then those papers will have to be excluded. And the exclusion would be wrong age, or ineligible age, because unless within the paper they have provided some information, let's say for those less than 18 or any age less than 18, then you can use that. But otherwise, if you have not done that, then you have to exclude. But if you have time and you want to contact the authors, so you can contact them to see if they can provide you data for 1 to 18 years. In reality, you can do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, I have Chibaze.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. My interest is in just the same last concept of not using your money to do research. You've done some clarification, but I want to ask, given your exposure, yes, the context here is clear, so we must have to do that. Now, if perchance you have any little extra money or personal funds, how would you advise that it be structured to ensure that the conflict, money?
No, can you come back? If by chance, what happens?
Yeah, maybe you have some reserve and you really want to commit it to research. How can you structure the organization to eliminate or minimize conflict of interest?
So if you're a rich man, is that what you're saying?
Well, if you want to put it that way. As a teacher, you can't consider yourself
I need money, really, Chibese. That's what I'm asking. Okay, but you mean that you are yourself a researcher?
Yes.
And then you have some reserved money?
Yes.
Now, to avoid this conflict, what will happen is that if you really want to give that money to research, then find another group that is doing what you're interested in and give it to them. Don't use it yourself. And when you give it to them, you must not have any interference. You can ask them to give you a report at the end, but have no interference.
Please say that again.
So if you're a rich man like Chibeze,
No, Chibeze is not a rich man. He's just
no, I mean like you presented that
yes.
you have reserved money, and you want to commit this to research. So don't use it yourself to do your research. Give it to another group that you have no influence, you have no interference with. Let them do that research. And sometimes you may even there are organizations that fund research. You can donate that money to organizations, to use it for research in the area you're interested in.
Yeah, thank you. But how about maybe setting up a network and a board, an organizational structure where you cannot really influence?
Yeah. So that is, you can
network.
have a charity or an NGO that is funding research, or there are many of those. And that is when you say, for instance, the Medical Research Council in the UK is an independent body set up. And how do they get their money? From individuals who are interested that research be done, from organizations. So they source money, and money is contributed to the pool, and then they distribute it to the researchers to do research. So somebody may send money there and say, okay, I am interested in research in prostate cancer. I want this money to be used for that. And they will ensure they advertise for people to compete to get the money who are doing research in prostate cancer, and they can award something. So the one who sends the money, who has the money, has no role. It is the Medical Research Council as an institution that supervises how the money is being used, if it's used properly.
Thank you.
And if I know someone who may fund research, can I approach them, and then I would need to find the institution that can take the money, then maybe I take it from the institution and do the research.
Yeah, if you know people, who want to fund research, then yeah, apply to them. And the thing is that it's not best that people are bringing money from their pocket and giving to individual researchers. If they really want to fund, then they should set up what Chibeze was saying, set up an institution that supervises that. Let them not be the ones disbursing the money or having interest in the money. Let them set an institution and appoint boards that disburse this money.
The person I know is just has little money, not money to fund so many things. So what do I do? For example, he could fund something, even if it's a little of the budget.
Yeah. So what you do is that take it from the institutional level, talk to your institution, and they can approach the person to put the money in the institution, and the institution can then use it to fund the research without the person interfering at the level of individual researcher. Because if you approach the person individually, then some conflict of interest may arise in that, because he wants to know what you're doing, and that gives you instability, somebody looking at your back in everything you're doing, so we don't want that to happen, and that is why it's good to channel it to the institution. Many of these questions you are asking here is really a question we have in the grant writing course. So I think if you come there, you'll have more information in that level. All right, we can move on. I hope everybody's happy with. Yeah, I have Aisha. Aisha, you'll be the last one, then we'll move on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Prof, for all the knowledge you've impacted in us. We're very grateful. I just want to ask a question about data synthesis. Will it be right to say narrative synthesis can be used for a qualitative data, and the quantitative can be used for the statistics. Thank you.
Yeah, when you do narrative as in the context of systematic review, it's because you have made assessment and found that the studies are so heterogeneous, you can't use meta-analysis to combine them. Then what you do is to describe them in the way they are without any statistical pooling. Okay. So narrative is just using text to describe. So you can, and that is what I have tried to emphasize here, that you try to be creative in every situation, whether you're doing narrative or quantitative, try to be creative, because the key thing there when you do scientific research, and that is why I said the next course will be on the art of scientific writing. I said it's an art because you become innovative in how you do this. So scientific writing should be a story. You tell a story. You tell a story. You put it in the context, like you have your child who wants to go to bed, and you tell this fantastic story that the baby just sleeps. So when you write as a scientist, write it in a way that it's sweet. It's sweet. Somebody holds it. So if you're doing narrative, be quite innovative, creative in the way you present your findings. If you're doing quantitative, also present it. And if you use the reporting guidelines from Prisma, it's very good to help you to present your study, report it in a structured way. So I wouldn't make the dichotomy that narrative is for qualitative and meta-analysis is for statistics, is for qualitative. No, I wouldn't make that. You can use narrative in the quantitative when you make assessment that there is high heterogeneity, so the studies cannot be combined. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Then I have a question Mufutao Yunus asked here. I don't know this context really well. Perhaps this could be maybe a personal interchange. You can let me know the context. Is it the person is doing Cochrane review, or because you want to send this back? So I don't know the content. If the person invited you, so I think you can do your work there, and the person should be able to if it's you're working on the same space, should be able to see what you're doing. But if that is not the case, it depends on what you're going to send back. Is it a figure, or is it the meta-analysis? Is it what do you want to? So
thank you very much. I think the question has been responded to, that as I'm reviewing it, accepting, rejecting, or in between, that the other person will be seeing it. So that's what I intend to confirm. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So it's you are reviewing a paper. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The assignment you gave us, my colleague has reviewed to accept or to reject a paper inside the meta-analysis.
So
and
is it in Revman or it's in Rayan?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually Rayan. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Hmm.
It's Ryan, and he
Ryan
has sent to me that I should co-review before we send to arbitrator. So I've done it, but I tried to see where I can send it back to her.
You don't need to send it. I don't know how you organize your Rayan if you use blinding in the beginning. So
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He's
So the
blinded.
one who blinded it, when you have finished individually, the person should unblind it. Then both of you can see the decisions you have made.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Mm.
Thank you.
Okay, Hamidu, I wanted Aisha to be the last one. Is your question burning?
Yeah, good morning. Sorry, it's a very short question.
Okay.
You just spoke about the reporting guidelines. So I just wanted to ask quickly, is there a difference between the reporting guidelines in systematic review and other forms of reviews?
Yeah, of course. The PRISMA guideline is solely for systematic reviews. I gave you a website called the Equator, the first or second day.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you go there, if you go there, they have provided reporting guidelines for different study designs. So if you're doing randomized control trial, they have the CONSORT. It's a CONSORT guideline. It's called CONSORT. If you're doing observational studies, it's called STROBE, like cohort study STROBE guideline. If you're doing systematic review, it's called PRISMA. So they have different guidelines for different study designs, acknowledging that each study design may be peculiar on its own, and so people need to report them in the way. So you can check carefully the Equator network.
Thank you
website.
very much. Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
All right, so please let's move on. Let me quickly, because I have around 29 minutes. I'll be quick here. You're seeing my Excel sheet. You'll see my Excel sheet here. This was where we took the data we used yesterday. And what I want to show you is this. We did the meta-analysis and we found something. I want to expand on that. This one I will. So all right, let me remove this one so that is well, let me leave it. So what happens is this is the full data. What we used yesterday was around here. So the odds ratio and the confidence are also calculated. But usually the program will want you to provide the odds ratio, for instance, and the standard error. I don't want to bother you with how you can do all those, but these numbers we have used yesterday. And now you have this column L. Maybe it's too small for you. Column L is the study design. And so you have different studies here, cohort studies and case control studies, okay? Column M is the population. So where the studies have come from, different types of populations, okay? Here is defined as population type. So is it a general population or is another type of population? So you can see some are general populations and some are different population types. Is it a smoking population or non-smoking population? The decade when the study was published. So they have also categorized this into before year 2000 and year 2000 and going forward. The country where the study was published, and then based on that, they have used define whether it's non-Europe and Europe, okay? The journal where it was published, then the quality appraisal that was made on the study, Okay. We do not know the two they have used to do this, but they have grouped some studies as weak, some moderate, some strong. Now the sample size in the study, and based on that, they have also defined the sample size type. Is it 200 and above or less than 200? Okay, so now yesterday I discussed with you subgroup analysis. Okay, I discussed with you subgroup analysis, and I also discussed with you sensitivity analysis. This is how you can do that. For instance, you may decide in sensitivity analysis to see whether if you remove these weak studies, the studies that receive weak quality, if you remove them from the analysis, whether your results will still be similar to when they are included. Okay. And we also talked about subgroup analysis. You can do subgroup analysis based on, for instance, year publication decade. You can do it by region. You can do it by quality. You can do it by sample size type. You can do it by smoking study or not. You can do it by population type. You can do it by study design. Okay, so that is what we can do in going forward. Try to understand our studies. Try to understand our studies and the meta-analysis we have done. Is it clear to everyone? Does anyone have any question on what I've just shown you now?
We are still doing our assignment in the background, at the same time listening to you. Very tough.
You're still doing your assignment, eh?
No, we are following. It is clear.
Okay. It's clear?
Yeah, it was clear for me.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
so I just showed you that. Just a moment, then I want to bring up the data we made yesterday and try to show you how you can walk through this. Okay, you can try to understand this. Yeah, it's loading. Somebody is saying that if your institution says there's no fund for research, then you fold your hands. But I tell you, when you are yet to get external fund for us, yeah, it's not an easy thing. Let me see who is asking that question. Yeah, Folusho is not it's not an easy. Yeah, Olubukola, it's not possible to fold your hand. I know it's not possible. If you're I tell you that less often do institutions fund research. Really, less often do they fund research. Most often it is external money that is used to fund research. So you have to fight. When it's not about Olubukola, it's not about promotion really. Let's put that in the back burner. We have talked that so much here. It is about Africa. Okay, it's about Africa. It's about changing the narrative. It's about making sure that what we do is influencing our society. That is the motivation. That is the motivation. Our motivation has been distorted so much, So if you do what I'm telling you now, promotion will naturally come. Trust me, it's not something you have to fight to the extent people will begin to do all kinds of things that are not helpful. Okay, I see some hands that are there. I wish I didn't bring this up now, but Prof. Chukuma, please, let's see what you have quickly, then we'll continue with this.
Thank you, Prof. I want you to, speak with caution in regards to researches, and the way they are sponsored in the regions across the world. We have been in this business for quite some time. I think every region has to face its reality. That's the point. If people insist that their institutions or that the corporate bodies should sponsor their researches, nothing will be done. The issue is this: we have to draw a line between, self-sponsored research with the intent to influence the results, the outcome. I've seen my PhD students, colleagues who are very passionate about researches don't get sponsorship. Universities, that, like in Nigeria, how are the universities funded? It's recently that Tech Fund has, made it possible for some people to have the funding. I think we have to be very careful in encouraging people that progression is not important in terms of research. If career progression is not, a focus, it might not be a main focus, then there'll be no motivation. What we are doing, okay, people's competencies are being enhanced through some of these courses, but people have to face their reality. The reality of Europe is different from the reality of the third world. And about 10 years ago, there was this paper I published in one of the Springers. It took about 1 year because the referees, we are not seeing, they have preconceived notion about how researches will be funded. In 2007, I remember I was in Colorado. There was results I got that I presented and went against the current flow. They told me not to present it. So, but I insisted and it got published. So we have to, our reality is different from the realities of Europe. That's what I want to. We'll get there, but people have to face their reality. That's what I just want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. The point you're making is well taken. I think you have raised an agenda that I think we need to discuss. Eman, take note. Frontiers can take this up and bring up this debate. But Prof, what you have just mentioned now is still ringing the bell that things are not done well in our context. If you have attended the Frontier Seminar Series from the beginning, you will see how we have taken this step by step. And the question is, when we do research, who are we doing it for? What is it for? Why do we engage in that? Why should I bother myself to begin to do this? Is it just to get my promotion? No. Science has never been for career progression. Never has it been. But we are in the situation today. I mean, if you, our societies have been distorted. If you go even to the church, you have I remember when I was young, you have people who come on the bus and they started preaching that, and there is a focus to just get some money. And so everything has been distorted. But the point I'm making is that we have problems. Let's take COVID, for instance. We have problems. COVID is a reality that the world faced. But you see how solutions have come from around the world, and Africa will continue to rely on getting the vaccine from the world. Is it that we don't have the capacity in terms of our abilities to do those research? Or what is our problem? Is it that we don't have the money to do it? You see, when we cry and cry that, oh, we don't, our reality is that we don't have the money or all that, I don't think that is the case. Now, one of the richest men in the world is in Nigeria. In Nigeria, okay? Can you imagine if he invests 2% of his resources to do research in a particular Prof. Chukwuma, in your own field? If you invest in your own field, you invest 2% of his income into that, what will happen? It will be a transformation you have not witnessed throughout your career. It will be a transformation that you have not witnessed throughout your career. And why is that so? That is what is happening in this part of the world, because they know that the money I have is coming from the society. Then I need to give back. I need to give back. So this is a problem. I think we have to have this conversation to see how do we get, for instance, just to say when I came to this country, I got a position, a tenure track position. That tenure track position is funded by combination of a foundation, combination of an industry, and combination of the region where the university is. They came together and said that our university, let's combine and fund positions and bring international scholars into our universities. That is the model people are running everywhere. That is what is happening. And let them be given resources to produce knowledge that will transform the society. You see, we don't have time. We have 13 minutes to get out of here. We need, Dangote may be doing something, but what of MTN? What of Econet? What of, how much are they investing in? How much are they investing in that? What is the government policy to allow? Because in this part of the world, if you followed Frontiers Destiny, we presented the data. In some countries in the world, 80% of research funding is from the private sector. The government is not even, because the countries have put policies that will make the private sector invest in this thing. So we need to really focus in doing what is right. My issue is that we have problem because we have refocused on other things. But if we focus on doing what is right, you will see a transformation that will happen. And all of us as researchers working in our institution, we will do our best. And you begin to see that because you have money to do research, it's not about your promotion anymore. Because you're excited to do what you're doing, and you do it. And when you do it, you publish. If your institution requires you to publish to get promotion, if you have money, it will lead you to publish more, and you get the promotion. That's what I'm saying, that the promotion will naturally come if you have resources to do your research, because you're doing it. So it shouldn't be about the progression, and that is a problem there. Okay, quickly, I have Dr. Ekanem and Mufutao, then we'll move on.
I don't want to, well, I've decided to lay hand because it's a subject for another day. But if we go into this topic, it's going to be very, very long.
Mm-hmm.
Because very, very long. Because there are so many denominators to this topic. So that's just it. Yeah.
All right, thanks very much. Okay, Mufutao, do you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm going to spend some of your few minutes. I want to thank you so much. I want to plead with you that the impact that this meeting or workshop has made on the life of members who are here should not be extended, should not be narrowed to this group. But I think there should be a governmental, there should be a subunit of this ASFI that has government that can interface with government. Let me tell you what I'm saying. The fact is that you said you want us to get back into the mainstream. You made an adage that he who laughs last, laughs best. I pray so for Africa, I pray so for Nigeria. But Professor Chukwuma's statement is the fact of, is the reality now. I'm a professor of psychiatry and a medical doctor, of course. I can tell you that I've been to more than 12 countries in the world, many Europes and the others. And I remember there was a time I went to Thailand and a lady I met, we were discussing, and she said, I told her that my publications were sponsored by my salary and that my coming to Thailand now is by my salary. The guy said, are you crazy? What is at stake? Why must you do that? That was, and it struck me because it looked absurd to me that I can get money to do research. So my prayer to you, for example, I'm a member of the college, I'm examiner to the Medical College. I have sent a letter to my registrar in the college, Union Medical College, of your contribution, and that I suggested to them that they may, if they could, invite you to the college and train us more. But beyond that, I think that one, I want to plead with you that encourage each groups that we should not dismantle after today. That each of the group and even intergroups, we should intercalate and work together so that you can refine what you have learned, the skill you have learned. And two is that Professor Chukwuma, even though this is our situation, and that's why Nigeria and Africa cannot develop, because we have a lot of researches. I have done research on road traffic accidents, and of course, it's gathering dust. And I found so many things that are could be very helpful. So, if you could kindly have a way, among us, there's a lot of people that have a lot of connections with politicians and others. You can work with us, and then you can see how we can improve and beyond the academic contribution. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our time is quite spent. Prof. Chukwuma, you are in our grant writing mentoring program there. You are one of the group leaders there. So good to have you on board. We'll continue the discussion there. But really, Prof, I tell you that we have a bright future. It's good. It's good that I've just given
just
a little,
like your name, Bright.
Yeah, I've just given a little pinch, and then you see that it's shaking the whole place. The place needs to be shaken. It needs to be shaken for things to happen. We have been there for a long time, and you can see, but can you go back to see where Africa was leading the world? Egypt was leading the world. There were innovations, and these innovations many of them have lasted for a long time. Why? What happened? It was not for promotion. It was not for career progression. It was to bring value to the society. Where did we get it wrong? I tell you that this discussion can lead to a lot of things. And Muftao's call, yes, I'm happy to come around, just do that. ASFI is happy to contribute our quota in any way we can. So please feel free, be in touch, and then we can take it from there. There's no barrier at all to any of this. Our goal is that we continue to raise this conversation that will make us, if not, we wouldn't be bringing what we are bringing this week to you or other courses. It's because we know there is a way others have done it and they are doing it. And we see the resource of what they are doing. Can we apply, even though we have a reality, can we apply this? Can we change the reality? Can we modify what we are doing and actually test to see, will it work for us? It can't work if you have not tried it. You need to try it first. So that is the point. Okay. All right, let me do this. We'll have 6 minutes. I will do this quickly so that you move on. So this is what we had yesterday, okay? And we didn't interpret this. We didn't interpret this. So I want to. You can just please increase your own screen there. This is here. If you put all these studies together, the total here describes the pooled estimate, and here it is in billion. I think I get this out like this. No, I get this out like this. Okay, so the total here means the pooled estimate here. Okay, and this is the pooled odds ratio. Let me change this to risk ratio. That's what we did yesterday. And this is random effect. So this is the total here. This is the diamond for the pooled, and here you can see the heterogeneity values. You have the tau square is given 0.02. You have the chi-square that is used to calculate the I-square, and the I-square is 40%, it says, and the p-value associated with I-square is given in this place. And of course, the test for overall effect, the z-value is given here. Okay, so this is for all the studies, and I showed you from the Excel. This includes both the cohort studies and the case control studies here. There's no differentiation made. All right, and now quickly to say that if you go to the left side, you see we have this outcome we made is prostate cancer mortality, and we'll have the studies included. Now, if we want to see whether the cohort studies are different from the case controls, do subgroup by this. We go here, we right click, okay, on that outcome here, right click on this outcome, and then we can introduce subgroup. We introduce subgroup here, okay. And so the subgroup is created. You can see the subgroup, and you have this toggle key here. If you press it, the studies all here will appear in this place, in this subgroup, new subgroup. So this new subgroup, we can rename it and rename the subgroup, call it cohort studies. Okay, so we'll call it cohort studies. But now we need to also create for case control studies. Here I click here, okay, add subgroup. I call it case control study, case control studies, okay. Let me just finish here, do nothing. Okay, so what you have here is I have the cohort studies and I have the case control studies. Some of the case control studies are in this place. Okay, so now I can well, let me do it from here. I can edit this subgroup. I can edit this subgroup. No, it doesn't work in that way. Sorry. Okay, so I can just move it. Now, if you go to the Excel sheet, if you go to the Excel sheet, you'll be able to see which study is case control, which study is cohort. I'm not doing that because of time here, but if you want to now divide the studies into case control and cohort, you go to that Excel sheet and be able to know which ones, and then you can control that here. You can do the same thing for risk of bias, then you create 3 subgroups. You can do the same thing for study size, then you create subgroups. Just like that, you see. And so once I am dividing this, I have put the case control studies where they belong and the cohort studies where they belong. Then I can look at this again. I can look at this again. Okay, I can look at this again. And so what it has done is that it has divided what I had before they were all together. It has divided into cohort studies. It has divided into case control. So the studies that are case control are here. The studies that are cohort studies are here. And then for each of the subgroups, it has calculated the subtotal, and for the 2 groups, it has calculated the total. The total remains the same as we had before. Now, because I've not used the Excel to be able to ensure that I have the right studies where they belong, you may not see any difference. But when you do it, you see that the cohort studies are different from the case control studies in terms of the estimate and also in terms of the I-square. So this is what you use to investigate what could be the reason for the heterogeneity in the I-square. Try to explain that. You do this, and then you do it for the different subgroups you have in your study. Okay. All right. Does anyone have a quick question? I just wanted to show you this, and I hope you understood some part of it.
Is it under that place you wrote add subgroup? Is that how you also added case control studies under it?
Yes. So because when I added the cohort studies, all the studies were put here. So if I know the case control studies, then I will just click here and move. Okay, to here. You get that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I'm asking, how did you write the case control studies?
Yeah, the case control study just here, and then you right click, and then you add subgroup here. You have this window that comes, and you write case control, and then you finish. Okay, I have 2 hands, Mufutawo and Hamidu.
I'm sorry, that was an old hand.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay, Prof.
Yes, please. Who is speaking?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to find out, is it from the case study that you now have a cohort studies? You divide them into 2, or how did you arrive at it? Sorry.
So I can delete this subgroup. I delete this subgroup. Okay, I delete it. Now, if I delete it, all the studies are gone. Okay. If you go to the outcome we created before, right click it, and then it will give you an option. If we have not created this subgroup before, it will give you an option to introduce subgroup. And then we introduce these cohort studies. And what it will do is that it pushes all the studies into the subgroup we have created. And then you go back here again, and then you add subgroup, which allowed us to add the case control study subgroup here, you see? And then, sorry, the other one I deleted and the studies have gone out. And then I moved the ones I think that are the case control studies, case control subgroup.
So on clicking on it, to move automatically to the case control studies.
So you click, hold down and bring it here. You hold your mouse, hold it and bring it.
Or you move the mouse and then it will go down automatically.
Yeah, so you click it, hold it down, and then you carry it, here. Okay.
Yeah, I understand. So, thank you.
So, sorry, please, I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
After systematic review, and you are able to find just like 2 studies or 3, are you supposed? Is it possible to meta-analyze that even if you find them homogeneous as for like combined?
Yeah. So minimum is 2.
Okay,
2 studies. Yeah. But of course, it's like when you do normal study, the smaller the sample size, the less confidence you have. So it's the same thing. So if you have fewer studies, the less confidence you can have in that.
Okay.
All right. Let me send you to your group. I don't want to take your time. So we come back here at 10 o'clock GMT, convert it to your other time. So please come back then, and then we'll start the presentation. And as I said yesterday, maximum is 10 minutes. If you can make it less, then it's good. If each group uses 10 minutes and we'll have comments, you see that we're going over 2 hours. I really want to take my break today. So if you want to continue, I can leave you here to continue, but try to make it 10 minutes presentation. Be snap and go to the point. Please read the instructions in your Dropbox folder for what is expected of you. And then I will see you in 2 hours time. So I send it to your groups now.
Right, please. I usually won't be able to enter my group, Olabisi Group 11.
All right, I'll do that for you.
Thank you. Please put me there.
Yeah, please also be frank. Or be frank. I usually have that issue too. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Dr. Wigwe, Group 7.
Yeah, I would do it one at a time. If you're still here, just shout. Oh.
Okay, send me to group number 7. Group number 7. Your permission is sent. So you. Hello. I need to.
We can consolidate some of the things we have gone through this week so far. All right, so please, if you have not filled the evaluation form, do that and make a suggestion. You can also suggest to increase it to 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Let's see what happens. So then the second thing is I'm sending another web link that is registration for the seminar series we have on Sunday. The registration is still on, even though we announced yesterday, but still keep it open because some people say that they would like to register. So if you have not done that, don't miss this opportunity. Don't come to me and say, oh, can we do it again? No, we can't do it again because the one who is doing it, we can't pay her. So this time she has given us free. Take it. The seminar is very important.
Seminar on what, sir?
Seminar, the SFI seminar. I sent information last week.
On WhatsApp. You send the information. I'm not aware.
I think it's playing the game or something on the game or.
Yeah. It's on playing the game, the unwritten rules in career.
Yes.
See the unwritten rules. Okay. It's very important. I gave the information on Monday, and please do your best and attend. It's 5 to 7 p.m. GMT on Sunday. Just register, and information to join will be included in the confirmation email you get. All right, now anything outside the presentation, we can take it after all the presentations if we have time. Now, group 1, I have put my timer, and I will knock you out if you go beyond the time we have agreed. But relax and show us what you have done so far. Group 1. Is group 1 back? Group 1, anybody representing group 1?
Yes, sir.
Please go on. We don't have time.
Okay. My name is Aya Joy, presenting for group 1. Presenting, our topic was the effect of mobile phone text message.
Sorry,
reminder.
Joy, you don't have slides or what?
Oh, okay, let me try to see if I can share them.
Can another group start while?
No. If your time comes and goes, it goes. So let's. Okay. Yeah, we can see that now. If you can put it on presentation mode.
Yes, please.
Sit down there where you have something like a cup. Just click it down there. After the thing that is it.
Okay, our topic was the effect of mobile phone text message reminder on timely immunization uptake among infants of clinic attendees in Africa. And for our search strategy, we use PubMed, and our search terms, we did different combinations, and we were able to screen for various studies, and a total number of studies that we had was 23. But we didn't have any duplicates. We did not have any duplicates. And so with respect to title or abstract, we still had 23. We were able to exclude 17 due to either because there were systematic reviews on the same topic, and others were protocol. For various reasons, we excluded up to 17. The total number of articles eligible was 6. However, we were able to have just 5 because we had full text for the 5 articles. And the eligibility criteria was to check at studies looking at the effect of mobile phone intervention on timely immunization uptake in Africa. And as for the meta-analysis, after we extracted the data, we subjected it to statistical analysis using the Refman, and we were able to have a few. We actually had difficulties there, but we were able to have full relative risks of this, showing that we actually had the I-square that was 84%, showing a high level of heterogeneity. In other words, really we didn't have to collect. The first pair was 0.04. We actually had a difficulty at this level. And we think it's due to the difference in effect sizes. And we actually saw that in the study, most of the absence of human element in automated calls was a problem. The ability to emphasize, counsel, and reassure mothers during a real-time phone call was lost due to automation. Ability to empathize, counsel, and reassure mothers during a real-time phone call was also lost. However, with current resource and organizational limitations, real-time phone call plus recalls is time and human resource development dependent and likely to result in a high implementation cost. Taking it to scale and sustenance will also be a challenge since most studies were text messages based on text. SMS was used, and it yielded just 60% and 80% completion rates. For a conclusion, we realized among all the studies that Nigeria had a good implementation of automated text and call immunization system, and it was quite feasible. The phone reminders significantly improved immunization completion and timeliness. And this study adds to the growing evidence of the effectiveness of phone reminders in Africa. Factors such as transportation costs and distance to an overall immunization clinic conduciveness was reported as barriers to immunization. So combining the reminder systems with innovative solutions will improve the efficiency of immunization clinics in Africa. That's what we have as conclusion. Hello?
Are you done? Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks very much. You use just 5 minutes. Great. I think if we keep it within that, that is really fantastic. So you had extra 2 minutes that you have not used. Now, does anyone within the class have any suggestion? Okay, I see a hand there. Please, if you have anything, just raise your hand. Then let you know. Dr. Ekanem, please go ahead.
Oh, mine is not a reaction to her presentations. I just so that I'm in group 4. I have an engagement in the next 30 minutes. So I thought maybe I can just swap from group 4 to group 2.
Okay.
Where I can do a presentation so that I can just check out immediately.
We'll allow you to do that. We'll come back to that.
Thank you. And secondly, 2 of us will be presenting so that because of our expertise, different expertise in our group.
No problem. As far as you keep it within 7 minutes, there's no problem. All right. Any comment, question with regards to the presentation? All right. My question to group 1, as a group, how did this project help you in your learning of the material of this course? How did it help you? I'm asking group 1, group members.
Okay, as for me personally, this is my very first time, and I actually wish I had had such a training before now. Actually, I've discovered a lot of software, Rayan and Revman, and the systematic review itself, it's really, the training was real detailed, and as my personal work, it's going to help me in my PhD thesis that I intend to do. So it has really been really great for me.
I have similar experience too. I usually think that initially all those values they used to get, I don't know that it's something that software can easily pull out easily like that. It's very exciting having discovered all these software and the process by which you get into them and they bring out results.
Okay.
But it's really a very big eye opener.
You are in group 1, eh?
Yes.
All right. So any other person from group? I see Aisha. Yeah. Aisha, you're in group 1.
Okay. Okay, I think you're talking. Can I
Obi Zichuku, you're in group 1 too. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Really, the practice session was an eye opener. You know, especially the meta-analysis itself. That's where we really struggled a bit. I realized that this practice is actually very essential because when you are presenting on your screen, it will appear very easy to follow. One will really know that we are understanding it. But when you got to practice, we realized that some of the steps we had forgotten it, and we have to start playing around and checking where we wrote down some things, and one of the group members now had to rescue us. So it was really good getting our hands dirty with it, and it has really helped us to master it on our own, so that when we're alone, we can run the analysis ourselves. So
Great.
thank you very much for the opportunity.
Great,
Yes.
great. I see.
Thank you. Thank you
I-
very much.
Yeah,
Aisha.
I see 3 hands coming. So make it brief. Make it brief.
Okay.
So that,
Aisha.
yeah, Aisha, go ahead.
The systematic review and meta-analysis actually, as like my colleague have said, is really an eye-opener. Currently, I'm undergoing a systematic review, but my contribution to that review presently is like is less than 50%. So I can say categorically with this experience I have and hands-on, I think I've been able to get more experience and more exposure, and I'm sure my contribution will be above 50% now. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
all right. So for the others, my question is: this group project you had, how did it help your learning in the course? I have Buzo Bozi, and then Alimatu.
Yes. Yes, I'm Busobozi Viola from Uganda. I've really learned a lot from this project or the course. It has really helped me to understand what is going there out. I'm doing a PhD, but then when you interact with other people, you tend to fail to how to address yourself and really explain what exactly you're doing in the field of research. So this course really has really helped me, and even the members of the group have really been very interactive and really helping in various areas. Thank you.
All right, Alimatu, finally.
Thank you. This is Alimatu from Ghana. I think the practical session has really helped me to understand the tool. Even though I'm from computer science background, I realize that the tool is different to what I've been using before in SPSS to do experiments and to conduct a research on experimental and control. So with this analysis we had with the group, it is an eye-opener. It has really helped me to know whatever it is going on. So it will help me further in my systematic review and analysis.
All right, thanks. Group 1, some things I know that you struggle with time, but when you make your presentation, for instance, your forest plot, don't just put the numbers there. We want to see the forest plot because that is what you use to present your meta-analysis results. So take that into account. And I didn't get information about how your screening was done. Was it done independently by 2 people, and you have an arbitrator who arbitrated any? Many of you struggled with time, but when we start the mentoring program, if some of you are there, I think you have improvement in these areas. Okay, so let's go to group 4 to present, and then we'll come back to group 2. Group 4.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Kanem. I am presenting for Group 4. I'm the one because we have us in our group, so I'll get to an extent, and then the group lead would jump in to finish the rest. Our topic is on the effectiveness of the use of SMS as a reminder to mothers of under 5 to improve measles immunization uptake in Africa. And then we know that in Africa, when it concerns preventable diseases, Africa is leading the way globally. And then the global health public have, WHO, for example, has given the task globally that the target for measles immunization coverage should be something greater than 90%. But mostly in Africa, we hit an average of 70%, which means we have not really hit the herd immunity as to eradicate measles in Africa. And then because of this, we always go into campaigns so as to meet up with the gap, the 90% to 95% coverage. And using those campaigns is usually very, very expensive. And it's not sustainable because in Africa, we always use for international funds to fund our campaign. It's not usually advisable because Africa alone cannot continue with the campaign. So we have to dig deep into making sure that the routine immunization is successful. So the question is this: effectiveness of the use of SMS as a reminder to pregnant women, mothers, pregnant women and mothers of under 5s, adolescents, to improve immunization uptake in Africa. That was our starting question. And when we did a literature search, we realized that in these 3 years that you can see on the screen there, a systematic analysis has been done on almost the same topic. We have to refine it. And these are the examples of the literature that has been done on that topic. So we didn't want to be as if we are repeating what has already been done. So we had to formulate another question, another approach, so that we can still get the outcome of what we want in our research. And then the refined question is this: the effectiveness of the use of SMS as a reminder to mothers of under 5 to improve measles immunization in Africa. So we now emphasize Africa, which was not really what was in the previous actions that have been taken before. And now, how is it specific? We focus more on Africa this time around, and we focus on measles instead of just vaccination, and we focus on using SMS messages of all types of IT services. How is it relevant? When we do this research, it's going to help our policymakers to encourage SMS to improve vaccination uptake. They will invest more in communication. And then SMS have been showing that point that it's increased awareness among the target population. And then to reduce the morbidity and mortality that is experienced when you have low vaccination coverage.
3 minutes left for you.
What are the key questions here? Mothers of 5-year-olds and 5-year-olds. As the participants, we focus on the mothers, we focus on the 5-year-olds, on the intervention. Intervention is the short message service that we want to use. And in the combinations, we have comparison, measles vaccine coverage, uptake before and after, short messaging. That would be very, very good in statistics. And the outcome, how we use the outcome and uptake coverage in the measles immunization. Identify eligible studies. These were the concepts we use. First of all, we use broken it into 4: measles vaccine, African countries, SMS messages, and vaccination coverage. These were the pub messages. We were able to get 7 articles using this final PubMed search. By the time we eliminated some and added some, we were able to get 7 articles for us to review. We screened using Ryan with 2 independent reviewers and 1 arbitrator. All of us are arbitrated, but we have to give the responsibility to these 2. These were what we got out of the Ryan. So I'll take this opportunity to yield my position to the class lead to continue from here. Thank you very much.
You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, so my name is Lungile, and I'll just contribute on the Ryan analysis, screening rather. So what we did is we looked 2 independent reviewers, 7 articles, and then we had conflicting areas, and then we added an arbitrator. An arbitrator is the one who agreed on all 7 articles to be included for our analysis. But due to time, our data extraction wasn't concluded, thus we couldn't continue with meta-analysis. So what we could conclude on is that we learned so much using RAIN software and also how to use PubMed. So yes, I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, so this is where you ended. You didn't go further than this.
No, due to time,
No,
I couldn't.
we did a literature extraction. We're working on it
Okay.
before you called us off.
All right. Does anyone have any comment, question to group 1 or group 4? Any observation?
I like the logic from top to where they have reached.
Yeah.
It's flowing for me.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think I would have wanted you to be faster. Otherwise, you have taken the right steps, moving in the right direction. But your topic, when you started was very similar to what Group 1 presented. But I saw that you were smart about it, that you then limited it to meso, which is good, actually. And I think that is what happens. If you see when we started on Monday, before you formulate your question properly, you should check. So you have a big idea of what you want to do. Then you check whether there are other reviews. What have they not done? And that is really what you did here, seeing that there are previous reviews and you were smart to focus on a specific area, which is good. So overall, where you have reached, I think is good. Your search strategies are rich. Your eligibility criteria, setting that up, you have really, and your PICO, you have really thought carefully about it, and it's good. How did he help you? You didn't reach the final stage of what we have done, but so far, how did this help you to consolidate and at least follow the process of the course content? If you just make some quick comments.
How the course has helped me?
I mean, this your project. How did it help you understanding the material of the course?
I don't know. I can't explain more. It's more than I can imagine. I've been happy for the past 3 days. You know, but what I've learned, even yesterday, Prof, I'm very happy to tell you what happened yesterday when I left here. There is an international workshop. That is, we are hosting in Port Harcourt, the epidemiological workshop. I was telling one of the professors that I was in thematic analysis, systematic review and meta-analysis. And the man looked at me, he was surprised that what am I doing that is for academics? I told him I love it and I've been having a good time. You know? So your program has really helped me a lot, and I'm going to do a lot with it. And this topic has helped me in knowing more how to do everything. And in our group, we have decided that going forward, we want to see if we can get this thing published. You know,
okay,
it's very, very important.
That's good. That's
good.
Okay, let's take it that you are speaking the mind of group 4, so that we can move on. There is a request coming from group 5 that there is an emergency for the presenter. So group 2, I hope that you will not mind. We take your space again and allow group 5 to present.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks very much. Okay, group 5, it's your turn, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Please, can the last presenter stop sharing?
Yes, please stop sharing, Doc. Yeah.
Okay, good day all. This Group 5 project work. We looked at the topic comparing surgery versus radiotherapy for survival of prostate cancer in patients of African descent. So for our concepts, we look at key terms like prostate cancer, surgery, radiotherapy, survival, and Africa, and we use just PubMed for our search. So these are PubMed search. Concept 1 and 2, we are both 5 million articles. By the time we finished, we had 742 articles that we imported to Ryan. So this is our search strategy under PubMed, our final search strategy. So these are Ryan when we started. Then we have the 442 undecided. So we were two the reviewers that looked at it. So this just one, you see the blind was on when we started. By the time we were through, the blind was off. So we had 2 of us reviewing. And then we had 36 undecided, 14 conflicts rather. And then by the time we resolved the conflicts, we now had our Prisma flow. So in summary, we identified 442 records from PubMed. We screened 51. We had to exclude 691. Then for the full text articles, we were able to access 24. Out of that, we still excluded about 14 of them due to this, due to the following.
The second one.
Please, if you are not speaking, mute, you are distracting me. Thank you. So we had to exclude 14 more. So we now had just 10 studies for our review. So for quality assessment, we looked at what we use for quality. We tried to use Cochrane better, you know, because of time constraints, but we considered generalizability of the study, the publication bias, one of them had language bias, the population, participant size, and so on. So we are able to group our articles under low risk of bias, high risk, or unclear risk. We couldn't do meta-analysis because of time again, but we were able to summarize during narrative synthesis. So we noticed that 50% of the articles we looked at stated clearly that following surgery, there was higher survival rates compared to radiotherapy. And then 40% of the publication indicated no significant difference in number of survivors for whichever treatment regimen they used. And then 10% had only radiotherapy, but he said that there was high percentage survival rate. He drew his conclusion from other works he made references to. Then from the paper, we were also able to look at other possible causes of death. So we found out that 80% of the publication stated that late access to medical attention is a very possible cause of death for African men with prostate cancer. 60% said it may be due to lack of awareness and education. And then 70% stated that the socioeconomic status of the people, especially people that are from poor regions, they had a low survival rate of prostate cancer. So we concluded from this, our 2-day study, that African men assess prostate cancer treatment in late stages of the disease. Although there may be biochemical recurrence, survival rate is higher in patients that undergo surgery when you compare them with those that underwent radiation therapy. And then the men chose radiation therapy over surgical intervention. But we recommend, from the little we were able to do, that there is need for greater cancer awareness and education among African men, especially on the symptoms of prostate cancer and the importance of PSA screening. And then we also recommended more studies, but we found out that only 3 publications from what we got from our screening dealt actually on we are done in Africa. Only 3 studies were done in Africa. Others, even though they had their participants as African men or men from African descent, the studies were done outside the shores of the country, of the continent. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Group 5. Any comments from anybody from the room?
Yes. Yes.
So please just raise your hand and I will recognize you. Otherwise, we'll have interruptions. Okay, I have Saliu, please. Dr. Saliu
Yes,
Shola.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering why the last slide, the slide that contained the recommendation, was not shown, or was it not written down, or why it was not shown?
I saw it from my side, unless you didn't see it from your side.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it.
All right, okay. I have Chiamaka.
Okay. Group 5, that was a very good presentation. Please, I just wanted to ask a question on the quality assessment where you talked about risk, addressing them, risk bias and low risk bias. How did you do it? Is it what those research, what they reported, or you just on your own came up with that?
No, we didn't just come up with that because from what we are taught, we know that we have what they call Cochrane epoch. We look at those, there are a lot of parameters we have to go through, including the statistics, the analysis, and the rest of them. But because of time, we couldn't go in depth into that, but we were able to look at the publication bias. Like one of them had a language bias, so we had to rate it low. We also look at the generalizability of the study, and then the funding too. There were two. There was one from Nairobi that was self-funded, so we had to rate it high bias based on that particular issue. So these are some of the things we looked at before we could rate them inconclusive, high or low. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just confused because I was thinking maybe what's of those that I don't know, maybe this it should be to you, Dr. Bright, when you talked about using funnel plots for addressing bias. I'm asking, are we supposed to?
Funnel plot is publication bias, not the quality assessment. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, have a Mufutao Yunusa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. During our work, a question was raised that if there is the previous thematic review and the meta-analysis, can we include in our current review and meta-analysis? Can we include it?
Well, it depends on the question you're dealing with. You know, it depends on the question you're dealing with. If the question you're dealing with warrant you to include a schematic review, yes, but it's not in every question that we include a schematic review. If you define that you're including only primary studies, and then so schematic reviews will not be included. But if not, for instance, if you're doing a schematic review around raising guidelines, in that situation, you may want to include clinical trials, other intervention studies, and even systematic reviews themselves. So it depends on the question you address in your systematic review, and then you're able to do that. Okay, Nuhu.
Yes, hello. Actually, this study is really interesting, and the result is promising. I encourage them to go further with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think, Group 5, it's, even though you didn't do meta-analysis, but you took some very good steps, particularly when you did the narrative analysis. That is one way you can use to present, and it's really smart that you thought about that to say, okay, out of the studies you included, the percentage of studies, but don't use only the percentage too, because you had 10 studies, you understand? So include the number. You can say 90%, meaning that 99 studies out of 10 reported this, okay? When you use percentages, it's better when you have several studies, but now you have small number of studies, you can also include that number. in the process. Okay, for the presenter, you can represent your group. How did this group project you did now help your learning process in this course?
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm really excited about this opportunity because initially, when I look at review, I didn't even know the difference between review and systematic review. So I've not done any before. I only publish, how will I say, researches. So I was thinking that my lab work. So I was thinking that review is just getting the papers, looking at the points and listing them. But after this, when I now saw the steps taken, the software used, the application used, I'm really excited. And then we discussed in our group, we are not letting it go at this stage. We definitely continue to see if we can learn more within ourselves, join the mentoring program, and even see if we can put out a very good paper from this training. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks very much. Thank you very much. So the group and breakout rooms have been helpful, and we'll continue to really use that in our courses because it helps you to interact, it helps you to consolidate, it helps you to network, it helps you to collaborate. And I tell you, in the previous courses we have had, some of the participants have really engaged in such a collaboration that is lifelong. They have established that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Okay, let's go to group 2 now.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting on behalf of group 2. Can you see my slides here?
It's coming up. Yeah, we can see now. So 7 minutes, please.
Okay, our topic was the effects of solar disinfection of drinking water in prevention of diarrhea among under 5-year-old children in sub-Saharan African countries, a systematic review. So we have the introduction that diarrhea is characterized by loose watery stool, meaning that in the bowel movement, which lasts for 3 or more times per day. And most common causes of diarrhea might include bacteria from contaminated foods or water, and also contaminants which are viruses such as flu, rotaviruses, noroviruses. And also diarrhea is the second leading cause of death in children that are under 5, and intervention to prevent diarrhea, including safe drinking water, use of improved sanitation, and hand washing with soap can reduce the risk of diarrhea. So we defined the research question based on the PICO model, where a participant was taken to be on the 5-year-old children in sub-Saharan African countries. The intervention was the solar disinfected drinking water. Our comparison was between the treated drinking water and the untreated drinking water, and our outcome is expected to be the prevention of diarrhea. So we were able to present, to work on the systematic review on according to the PRISMA guideline. So our inclusion criteria were children from 0 to 5. We included only studies in sub-Saharan Africa. We included solar disinfection on drinking water. We included studies that confirm diagnosis of diarrhea, and all study design except systematic review and meta-analysis were also included. Only studies in English was also included. So our search time was summarized as this, and we had 159 studies in all. And the quality of the data extracted, the data was included studies were extracted, and the quality of appraisal was done using the standardized form. And we have, out of the 159 studies, we had 2 unique studies that matches our intent based on our inclusion criteria. And we have the data extraction for the two studies, as this is the first study where it was a randomized clinical trial, and the aim was to study, examine the effectiveness of SODI's intervention, that is solar treatment, solar disinfection of water in reducing the incidence of diarrhea among the under 5 children. And the study was performed in Ethiopia, and it has the protocol, the clinical trial registry as quoted here, and the inclusion criteria was also stated, and the total number of participants for the study was 778, while intervention group had 384 children in 279 households, and the control group had 394 children in 289 households. And the intervention characteristics for the first study was the polyethylene terephthalate bottles, and the conclusion for that study was that the intervention reduced the incidence of diarrhea. And the outcome, as it's been stated, it has the incidence of diarrhea was significantly reduced, and with the confidence interval of 0.52, and with the corresponding prevention of 40%, with a confidence interval of 0.34, and that. So the second study was not a quantitative study. It's a phenomenological study which was designed to include 4 focus group of discussion, and the aim is of this qualitative, is not a quantitative study now, is a qualitative study which explore barrier to and enabling factors for consistent and wider implementation of solar disinfection of water. So being a qualitative study,
2 minutes more.
Yeah, it didn't have most of these factors that were required. However, the total number of participants there was 25 parents of young children younger than 5, and it has their intervention as stated as well. So they used Atlas software for their data analysis, and their conclusion was that promoting enabling factors and mitigating barriers are substantially important for consistent improved implementation of SODIs. So in conclusion, it was just systematic review that we were able to perform, and we concluded that solar water disinfection has the ability to prevent diarrhea among children and to fight mobility. So we recommend more research on the topic, and based on our difficulty to get data that fits our content. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, yes, okay. Group 2. Does anyone have any question, thoughts? Yeah, I see a hand. Fatih.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. Presenter for group 2, please. My question is, can you help me reconcile the intervention from study 1 and then the title of your work? What exactly you're working on?
Yeah, the title of our work is to do a systematic review to assess the effect of solar disinfection of drinking water in the prevention of diarrhea among 5-year-old children in sub-Saharan countries and sub-Saharan African countries. And the study 1 was actually a randomized clinical trial. So it's not a systematic review in our inclusion and exclusion.
Please, what was the intervention in the study 1?
Yeah, the intervention was solar disinfection, as in disinfected drinking water. That was the intervention.
Okay, I saw something about something. That was what I was asking.
Okay, for the study 1.
Yes.
Yeah, the polyethylene terephthalate bottles. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, is that then the intervention, not the solar disinfection itself, or is that like a container only?
Yeah, okay. Maybe it was mixed up. Actually, it's a container, it's a PET bottle where the intervention, as in the solar disinfection, was actually performed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Obi Izuchukwu.
Okay, thank you very much, Group 2, for that presentation. But I have some concern here. For the lack of time, one might not be able to go through why you excluded a lot of studies that were initially captured by your search. But I might thinking, including of study will be guided by your focus, your research questions. So that second study, the qualitative study, I don't think is.
Sorry, please, can you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Somebody speaking. Somebody speaking.
Yes,
okay, so that second study, a qualitative study, I don't think it's answering your objective because I looked at their finding and outcome. They did not measure the effect of studies. Rather, they were trying to look around the programmatic implementation and the issues, contextual issues around it. So it's looking like it should actually be only one study that addressed your distance. And another thing is that qualitative studies usually are not usually meant for external generalization because they are immersed in context. They usually explore things that are happening. You can also see that from only the two people who are the study participants. So in essence, your search should, in my opinion, should be included, should actually be just one, that first study. I might be wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, what Obi Izuchukwu is saying is quite important for Group 2. You excluded only systematic reviews and meta-analysis. That's what you said when you were making your presentation. I know that there are other types of studies like case series, case studies, clinical notes, and all those. So you didn't mention whether those were included. So if you say you excluded only semantic reviews and meta-analysis, it gives room that other types of studies would have been included. But the question is, do they address the same perspectives as other study design? And the reference rightly Obi Izuchukwu is making here is to qualitative studies, and that qualitative study was not addressing your research questions. So in going forward, I know that there is a mix of different expertise in the groups, and that also enhance learning, see how others are seeing things. But you need to be clear which study types you're going to include. So I would agree with Obi that the qualitative study should be excluded from your study because you wouldn't find the data you're looking for from that type of study. Okay, Saliu.
Thank
you very much.
Saliu. Yeah,
thank you very much. Most of what I want to say has been addressed. I just want to add to the first slide the Group 2 presenter presented when you was trying to mention the preventive measures for diarrhea. Just to add a quick one, that when you are mentioning proper hand washing, you should mention proper hand washing under running water. That is the gold standard now.
Okay.
Proper hand washing under running water, not just hand washing. Thank you.
Noted. Okay, Claire, I saw your hand.
Yes, so Prof, thank you. I'm in Group 2, so I wanted to address something, but it's okay. Let's continue.
It's okay. I have Prof. Chikuma. Do you have something to add? You're
But
also in
what?
Group 2.
Yes, but the thing is, so when it comes to studies, there were some questions on the studies and things like that. The thing is, we had challenges. We had challenges of getting the data I mean the articles that fit our context. After we put all the exclusion and inclusion criteria, in fact, it was not only the meta, I mean the systematic reviews that were excluded. There were some other exclusion criteria, but we found that most articles, if which spoke a little bit on the subject area, were not in Sub-Saharan Africa. Most of them were from the Asian countries like Bangladesh, India, and those other countries. So that's why the studies were few. But for
Okay.
the qualitative one, we have taken notice of it. Thank you.
Great. Okay, Prof. Chukuma, finally.
Yes, I just want to know whether what will be said and you emphasized is a generalization that in regards to systematic reviews, we should exclude qualitative studies.
No. So it should be in relation to the topic, because you are looking at effect of something. And so rarely will qualitative research be able to answer that really. So it depends on the question you're going to answer. I mean, you're trying to answer.
Because why I'm saying this is that if a qualitative study, which is non-data but experience based, kind of throws up outcome that we are looking for, would we not include it?
Yeah, you can include it if you define that you include a qualitative study. But in this your case, the qualitative study did not have the data really you are looking for. You're trying to use in your study. I think you can look at it carefully.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So now any of you can answer for group 2. How did this project help your assimilation of the study, the course material?
I will answer. During the course, I really, is anybody talking?
Go ahead.
Okay, during the course, I was able to, I've done systematic review before, but it's not with the software we used here. We basically used Excel, but I was able to learn new softwares like Ryan and Revman, which I consider a very additional skills to me as a researcher. And I was also able to understand some of the terms I used to see in research papers like sensitivity analysis, heterogeneity, subgroup analysis, all those stuff. I didn't understand it before, but with this course, I was able to learn more on that, and I hope to improve my knowledge moving forward.
All right, let's move on to group 3. Group 3. Is group 3 here?
Yeah, group 3, we are here, but unfortunately we discussed the topic and we go about the search, but unfortunately we failed to take the PowerPoint to prepare the presentation because we were not already there. So
Really?
maybe I can present without the PowerPoint.
Yeah, so you do that quickly. Let's see what you have. Just tell us what you did.
Yeah, during our discussion, the topic was the impact of housing structure and community practices on malaria incidence in Nigeria. And the keywords that we used during our search, it was the malaria incidence, the housing structure, community practices, behavior, and the word Nigeria, that we can slow down our search. And then the keywords that we use is that we said malaria incidence, community practices, housing structure, behavior, and the word Nigeria. The we use we identify the people framework. That's the malaria housing community practices, and the outcome was the incidents. We go through to search the search source used. It was the PubMed under the mesh. That the results that we get from there, it was 132 articles that we found. And then we moved to Ryan that we sorted down, and we didn't take that note that we found that 4 articles were included and 44 that was excluded. We didn't go further for meta-analysis. Maybe my colleagues will add more on what we have said.
Anybody from group 3 to add anything? Anybody from group 3 adding anything? Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for presenting. Since you didn't have the PowerPoint, it's difficult to critique. So you're still in the process.
Yeah.
So what is the plan going forward now?
Yeah, I think the plan to go forward is, I think from the training, there's almost, what I can say is that we have the fast learners and the slow learners. So like for others, we are still working hard to at least to be there, because it needs more practice, as it was our first time to learn about the systematic review and meta-analysis.
Okay. All right. So you keep on moving on that. Now, did the group project help your learning process of this course? Yeah. Are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Did you get my question?
No, I didn't get your question. Maybe you can repeat.
I mean, this work you did in your group now you presented, how did it aid your learning process?
Yeah, what I can say is that it puts us our hands on from identifying the topic, going through the search engines that we have learned through this week. So at least I get an experience on how I can go about when I'm alone before we were from this training.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Patience, I see your hand. Do you have something to say? Patience?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So thank you so much for the privilege to be a participant in this course. My question is in the interpretation of the final meta-analysis results and its application in practice. I remember on the first day you did say that one importance of meta-analysis to help in driving policy change. So when we have a summarized effect size, how do we quantify it or measure its implication in practice in the different fields of or in the different disciplines? How do we apply the final I don't know how to put it, the final results in improving practice?
Of course, it is the point is that it's not just because you have done meta-analysis, systematic review and meta-analysis, then the result can easily be translated to practice. You understand? The meaning or the value or impact of whatever estimate you derive is also a function of its magnitude. You understand? So if you find an evidence for something, let's say increases the risk of something. For instance, you say if you have immunization, then the incidence of meso reduces, the question would be to what extent, you know. If you take, for instance, the current pandemic we have now, people are saying it's not everybody who takes the vaccine that gets protection, that those who take the vaccine and they still get infected or even die from the from the virus we have. Yes, of course. But now bringing that into a population and administering it takes some levels of decision. One of the decision means is that if we vaccinate 100 people, if we vaccinate 100 people and 95 people survive and 5 people die, and then we don't vaccinate, and then we lose 40 people, which decision do we take? Okay, so there is a decision that needs to be made. So when you do the meta-analysis, you have to look at the magnitude of the effect. If your risk ratio, for instance, I don't know, this may, not everybody may understand it, but if your risk ratio is something like 10.5, which means that more than 1000% either protection or increased risk, whichever we are looking at, compared to when your risk ratio is 1.5. So the magnitude of 10.5 is so large that you can't ignore it. You have to do something about it. But if it's 1.5, so well, this is not so important. But that becomes a policy issue, that the systematic review and meta-analysis have clarified something. Perhaps we didn't have clarity what this is. Some studies are showing 5.2, some are showing 6.3, some are showing 0.2, 0.5. But when we bring it together, we are seeing a risk ratio of 5.5. The question will be, what do we do? So those studies that are showing 5.2, actually in the population level, are exaggerating what we would have seen. Okay, so in policy-wise, then it means that we really relax action. We calm the population to tell them that it's not as bad as we are hearing. Okay, so but before it gets there, it becomes a policy thing. You need to also translate the results of a systematic review. It's not just you find something, then somebody takes it up. Systematic reviews feed into guidelines and policy statements. So the expert in that area will have to interpret these results. And there are tools that are used to develop policies, guidelines, and so on and so forth. I don't know if that helps your question, Patience.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So in other words, it requires a multidisciplinary input.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Thank
So if
you.
you want to make, if you as you are now, if you want to make a policy, you need to bring in policymakers. You need to bring people who will contribute to that, expertise in the field and expertise in the policy society. You need to bring them all together to interpret what this result is. All right, I have Ife Oluwapo.
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. I'm a member of Group 3, and well, personally, I have struggled with malaria since day 2. I want to say that the project, thank you, sir. I just want to say the project enabled me personally opportunity to catch up until Ryan, and that is all the processes involved in the systematic review, because I had a hard time keeping up during the actual training. But as of today, at least, I know that I understand all the processes from the PubMed, EMASH, up until, important into Ryan. and the exclusion-inclusion criteria.
All right, great. Ifelua. Sorry for your malaria. Hopefully you can watch the recordings when you are fully
I will do that, sir.
Healthy, so that you can catch up the other aspects you have missed.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's go to group 6. Group 6, yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, we are here.
Hello, I'm Mr. Lawal from Group 6, and I'm representing 9 active members of this group. Our topic formulated was effects of self-care practice on glucose control among adult diabetic patients in sub-Saharan Africa, a systematic review and meta-analysis. Next. The guidelines was adopted from the project course for the group, and these are the guidelines we are going to be following. Next. This is actually going to be more or less a proposal form of presentation, as we didn't really do more of a pilot study as expected. The topic was formulated using the PO framework, which the P stands for the participants, which are the adult diabetic patients in sub-Saharan Africa. The intervention here is the self-care practices, and the outcome is the glucose control. Next. The data search, the literature search strategy was done on PubMed, and it was generated on the Microsoft Word. Here is the summary of how the literature search was generated. Next. Screening identified records for eligibility for inclusion into systematic review. Before this screening was done, we proposed that a research paper will be registered with Prospero and also research registry. We are going to adhere with the PRISMA guidelines, and any deviation on the protocol will be documented. Such strategies was developed as earlier shown, and the study will be conducted by the 9 members of the groups by the nine members of the groups, also with an adjudicators. A librarian will be consulted, and other professional experts because of the nature of the topics, which will range from endocrine medicine, dietitian, and a family physician. PubMed was used to search the literature, and what other forms of databases that could also be used during the study are highlighted. Also, unpublished data and gray literatures and abstracts will also be searched. Next. If necessary, such strategies without language restriction will be used. English was the language used in this search. All relevant articles approved by the team were imported into Rayan. As at the time we imported the article into Rayan, about 74 literatures were reviewed, and it was coned down into 34 using the PRISMA flowchart, which shows how the screening was done. The screening was done using the eligibility criteria of our research questions and the protocol, which was done independently by the peer reviewers. Next. The data extraction of relevant data. A data extraction form was designed, which involved the participant generation, general information, study characteristics, participant characteristics, intervention and settings, as well as outcome of data and results. This will also be done by 4 independent reviewers. Next. So after that, quality appraisal of included studies, because the study was screened, and the article and the title and the abstract was the initial tool used for the screening. Then a full text screening was done, after which some criteria were used to exclude and to include. So those included studies were appraised, and we used the Cochrane risks for bias, modified Cochrane risks of bias assessment independently by peer reviewers of risk bias. Also, we propose to use the grade evidence profile, which will be used to summarize and rate the quality of evidence into high.
So you have 1 minute more left. And we can't hear you again.
Okay, I'll continue from there. Maybe it's having a network issue. Good afternoon, all. I'm talking to Paula Muiwa. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. Go on.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, evidence profile will be used to summarize and rate the quality of evidence into high, moderate, and low, and very low. A visual assessment of funnel plus asymmetry was done to identify publication bias by using results from Beck's and Eagle's test. Next. Next. Synthesis of evidence collected. This will be either by narrative only synthesis or previous or qualitative and summary for the meta-analysis. This will depend on the clinical and methodological heterogeneity between studies. If you can statistically combine the body of evidence, then we use meta-analysis and narrative synthesis if we cannot. Next. 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 Interpretation and reporting of findings. Reliable conclusion will be derived from all data generated. Interpretation will depend on the result generated from either narrative only synthesis or meta-analysis. The reliable findings will be disseminated through a proper publication channels like JAMA or Lancet. Next. Next.
Okay, we can see. Thank you, which means that you are finishing. You're finished. So more or less, Group 6 has presented a protocol of what they plan to do. All right, let's hear from those who have raised their hand. Please, can you stop sharing? Let's see those who have raised their hand. I have Olabisi. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Bright. I would like to ask this group, I actually didn't know what exactly they were able to achieve of their protocol. Because I assume that the protocol is what you've given unto us to do. So I'd like to know which of all the things written in their protocols were they able to do within the time limit that they had. Thank you, and over.
Yeah, Group 6, anyone to answer for you?
Yes, we weren't able to look much into the protocol. As I've said, this is more or less like a proposal study for us, as we are.
So
like
you made a protocol. You made a protocol only.
Yes, we propose to use.
Yeah, and the day I
Yes.
was saying this, I said, forget about it, skip the protocol and get into the work. Isn't it?
Yes, we do it. Yeah, we do that. And
all right. So I think the answer to Olabisi's question is that Group 6 couldn't do any of those.
Sir,
yeah. Who's speaking?
Yes, although the protocol was pushed forward, we were able to do the data extraction strategies. We were able to do that. We were able to export from about 6,730 articles published search. We did all that. We moved into from PubMed. We transported into Ryan. We did all that. The only stage we didn't get to was to do a meta-analysis of the work. We were able to go through the systematic review processes.
All right.
That is where we go to. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beatrice, for shedding light on that. Then really we are disappointed that you didn't show us those things you did that you have described now. That would have been the beautiful story to hear from you, not the protocol. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I have Obi. Obi, you have a question or comment?
Yeah. Okay. I think you just talked about that. I was trying to point to them because I heard when they say they narrowed down to 74, they will have gone ahead to show us their site strategy, their final terms, because they are suggesting that they have it. You paste it, at least show us, let's know what you are able to do exactly.
That is great.
And you are mixing up, when you now went to funnel plot, you started saying it was done. So I got confused. Meanwhile, you say you will extract, then you went to funnel and say it was done. So it was a lot of mixed up. But
All right.
I think
I
the
have
points have been made.
yeah, I have Aisha and Mustafa. Then we'll move on. So be brief, please, Aisha.
Yeah, sorry, Prof. Thank you. You have actually said what I wanted to say, because
Great.
what they were saying is the will is a protocol. So I was
Great.
like, if they had not done the next stage, they would have maybe they intend to register this protocol at the group level. They could register with Prospero and maybe continue their.
Yeah, I think it's well taken. Let's go to Mustafa. Please don't share anything for now. Let's finish this.
Thank you, Prof. Even myself, I was just a little bit.
Who is sharing this? Can you stop sharing your screen?
Okay, I was just a little bit disappointed not seeing some of the work they put in, and even in the course of the presentation, they kept using future tense, past tense. You understand, making me confused as to is it that they've done that or they are about to do it. So I think probably that just shared it would have been better. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's well taken. And for group 6, you can see what expectation was. You raised our hope, and then we didn't get that. So please, what you have done, try to summarize that. And so to mention here also, for all groups, please send me your presentation you have made today. Send me your presentation to my email, and then I'll upload them in the Dropbox for anybody who is interested to look at them carefully. Then finally, for group 6, how did this, somebody can represent you, how did this work you have done help your learning process in this course?
Okay, Prof,
please go see Tilly's in bed, tell him.
Beatrice, go on.
Okay, yes, sir. So for me personally, I have never taken any course in meta-analysis or systematic review. This is actually my first time even hearing of some of the terminologies, the statistical derivations and all that. It was a personal challenge to me to see how best I can merge this in the area of health communication, which is my area. What I realized was that, yes, we were in a team, yes, but I can tell that as much as possible, it was to a certain level, we pulled resources together to get to a certain point. Most of our team members experienced a lot of internet hitches here and there. That is one major thing that affected most of us. And so for me, getting to know how to do search, go through the search strategies, go through how to import into Ryan. This is the first time I'm hearing of Ryan. Go through Revman. Yes, I know I'm not there yet to the extent of developing graphs as others showed, but I believe I have been equipped, enhanced with all the team members who play significant roles in this aspect. We are very sorry we couldn't project these things because of time, because of all these features, people dropping in here and there. But we assure you that whatever will be uploaded will be the expectations that you all require. I thank my team.
Great to see that even though the challenges were there, you were able to get something out of the process. All right, let's take few minutes and stretch our legs, and then we'll continue from 7. Let's come back at the hour sharp, so that will be 12 o'clock GMT sharp. So 7 minutes from now, let's come back. Okay, let's continue. Group 7, please. It's group 7 there. Please unmute yourself if you are speaking because we're not hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Move on. Your time is going.
All right. Our topic was burden of sexual abuse among children in Africa, and all members of the group participated, though conclude what we're supposed to do as a group. Basically, I'll begin by background. Averagely, 24% of children less than 15 years are sexually abused in Africa, and a challenge and a problem generally. And the prevalence 1% to 68% across countries based on research made from different literatures. So we were able to look at a research question. Our research question was to evaluate the burden of sexual abuse among children in Africa. And as above, child sexual abuse, Africa, disclosure, prevalence, stress, trauma, and sexually transmitted disease. Then our protocol, we're able to look at the PIO below, children as the participants, and we have sexual abuse, and then the outcome. Then we're able to look at, from the PubMed, the search strategies. We're able to and come up with child sexual abuse, Africa, prevalence, sexually transmitted disease, sexual trauma. Then we're also able to search stress, traumatic stress disorder. Then criteria, how were you able to include the study? So the first, we were able to both quantitative and qualitative studies with outcomes above to cognizance the outcomes that we stated earlier. Then we're able to look at children less than 18 years specified by WHO and this literature study. Any child less than anybody from 17 years down were included. Then our study design and outcomes with age of participants taken into consideration. Then we're able to go and do our advanced search. We're able to look at the search terms, different stated previously. Then we went into advanced search also. And first of all, the first search gave us about 2,784,959. It was reduced based on the search term. We were able to reduce it to 212. Then finally, we were able to come up as stated in above. Then we were able to import to Ryan for screening of eligibility. Then we're able to use both the title and abstract and group on twice. And we're able to exclude the first group, we're able to exclude 4. Then the second group, we're able to exclude 20. And at long run, the data extraction is, we read full articles and use Excel for data entry. Actually, we're limited by time, go beyond this point. Thank you. So I will ask to comment where necessary session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Group 7. Yeah, you can stop sharing now. Does anyone have any question to or comments to Group 7? Please raise your hand if you have anything to. Okay, nothing from anybody. Yeah, I think you have been in the right process, just comments to your search strategy, and that goes to everyone because I mentioned it to one group at least. When you talk about doing something in Africa, it's not just sufficient to write Africa there. There are 54 countries. In addition to Africa, you should include the keywords of each of those countries in your search strategy as well. Okay.
Please, can I comment?
Yeah, you want to comment? Yeah.
Yeah, we have actually taken into cognizance the various regions in Africa, because Africa is the broad term, but we're able to look at studies peculiarities in West Africa.
Yeah, but what I mean is that in your search strategy you only mention Africa. So I'm saying that in addition to that, add each of those 54 specific countries, write them there in your search strategies. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
So that is that will help you. You can from what you have done now, you can later on test it and see what happens. You see that you get more studies when you use them also one by one in addition to that.
All right.
Yeah, I think you're on the right path. I don't know if you found any systematic review previously on that topic.
Yes, maybe our.
Sorry, yes, we find quite a number of systematic review, but they're a bit odd. We excluded them for the purpose of only research articles.
They were old as old as is it
as like
2000?
Some like were 2 years back.
Okay, not very old.
So in this case, do we need to include all the review articles?
No, I'm not saying the systematic review. I say, well, if I don't know your plan with regards to this topic, if you want to continue it. So if you have papers that are not too old, then it may not be helpful to do a new one because you may not find much extra studies. So you can give it some time, let's say 2 or 3 more years.
Oh, okay. No, but some of our outcomes are not part of their
okay. Yeah, okay. So you can
okay. Then Prof, we actually at our group that we're delighted to and we have made a resolution within ourselves that we'll take it from here and we'll collaborate research to come up with this topic. If possible, if we can publish topics that we cut across approach to research so that we can form this team and come up with something that we develop, contribute to development. Thank you.
Okay. So like other groups doing this project now in your group, how did that help your learning of the course material?
Okay, I'll allow other group members to talk. Maybe Obi, can you talk? Chinwe. Okay, any other group member can talk?
For me, I'm very grateful that I joined this course because I previously participated in a review, but I did not become so deep into the extraction of all the articles and also the part of the analysis in the RAI, those new tools and the meta-analysis, which I learned. Yeah. So it was really quite new and like inspiring to learn more. So it was worth me attending this course. Thank you so much, Barry.
Yeah, thank you.
Prof, for me, actually, you've triggered. Usually, I don't take systematic reviews serious. Even in my.
So you are the one who was saying it was a lazy man's work, or?
No, I was not the one actually.
Okay.
But from now henceforth, I think another way, if you're an area that you don't have much of this data to take, you can use systematic review. And from me, I think the next aspect of my research for this year, which I intend to publish up to 4, I think it will focus on systematic review. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. This is okay. Can I speak? I'm also Felicia Grana from Group 4 and Group 7.
Okay, so I give you the last chance.
Okay. Actually, this has been I had issues with my internet and whatever. I was a bit disturbed but the breakout sections really helped me. There were some things I missed out. I was able to learn during the breakout when we had in the group. Then also, in fact, I'm indeed happy that I joined this group. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks very much, everyone. And so please, just to remind you also, don't forget to fill in the evaluation form, and don't forget to register for the event on Sunday. Eman has been quite good there, sending the links and over again. If you have not done so, please take just a few minutes to do that. Okay, let's go to Group 8. Group 8, are you there? Anyone representing Group 8? Goodness me.
Yes,
Where are you,
yes.
Group 8?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
presenting Group 8, yes. I'm looking for the slide to share it.
Yeah, it's down, just down there. You see share screen. It's, if you bring your cursor down.
Yes.
Then you find your slides and share.
It's not opening in the share.
You have to open it first. Open it first so that your presentation is what is covering your computer. Then you open the Zoom and then you can share.
It's open.
Can any group member of Group 8 help to share, and then she can present?
It's open, but I don't know why she is not sharing.
All right, is Group 9 ready? We'll come back to Group 8 when they sorted this out. Is Group 9 ready? Great. Okay, Group 9, go ahead. Group 9.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. This is Group 9. We are looking at the effectiveness of sulfadoxine.
Can you put it on a presentation mode? See down there is the thing that looks like.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
So Group 9, we're looking at the effectiveness of sulfadoxine pyrimethamine for the treatment of uncomplicated Plasmodium falciparum malaria among pregnant women in Africa. And we know that malaria has been an endemic infection that affects mostly all population in Africa. And Plasmodium happened to be one of the most prevalent species in terms of malaria infestation. These are group members. They've been really helpful, and we've been working very, very well to see that this work comes to an end. We were able to address that particular topic. We asked the following question: is sulfadoxine pyrimethamine an effective anti-malaria drug against uncomplicated Plasmodium falciparum malaria among pregnant women in Africa? And using our PICO analysis elements, we're able to pick out the P, the I, the C, the O, and which means our research question was in line with the PICO analysis strategy. Then our search was done using PubMed alone because there was no time to use other databases. Yeah, we look at the concept development where we have about 2 to 3 up to 4 different concepts. The first concept we looked at effectiveness, and as seen with its respective synonyms. The next concept we looked at treatment, and we looked at uncomplicated. We looked at sulfadoxine, penmetamine. We looked at also malaria and falciparum. Also looked at pregnant women and Africa as the last concept. Now this is we use with the help of the Rayan software, we're able to develop a protocol. Somehow we identified 20 different articles that was in line with our research questions, and out of these 20 articles, 17 were excluded, while 3 were included, as can be seen in this flowchart. Data extraction was done by all group members, and again, I should have also said something here. The 3 different articles were excluded by about the group members. Then out of the 9 of us, 1 of us served as an arbitrator who happens to resolve most of the disagreement we had during the screening process. Now we also, and all the group members were also involved in the data extraction analysis. As shown in this table, we had the 3 different articles as arranged under study ID, authors, and all of that. And for article 1, we came up with this outcome that peripheral parasitemia was reduced by the intake of our drug by 12.9%. And also article 2 also showed that the drug of interest was highly efficacious. Then in article 3, we also find out that the combination of our drug with another anti-malaria drug was more efficacious than when sulfadoxine was used alone. At the end of this, we're unable to proceed with the meta-analysis because of time, but do we have agreed in our group level that at the end of this study, we are going to continue with our respective group meeting to see that this work can come to conclusion. So we drew, based on the 3 different outcomes in the 3 different papers, we drew the following conclusion. That based on available data, we conclude that sulfadoxine penmetamine is efficacious in the treatment of uncomplicated malaria in pregnant women. Now, that was so brief. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much, Group 9. That was also a fantastic one you have done. You can stop sharing. Anybody who has any comments or questions to group number 9? Any comments? Anybody who has anything to add?
So, yeah, Kelvin. So I was asking, Prof, maybe this goes to you. So if, for example, like the study the group 9 has done, you find yourself that you search all the databases and you find yourself with only, maybe you're going to look at clinical, maybe randomized controlled trials, and you find yourself in a situation that you only have 5. Can you go ahead and do systematic review on those?
Yeah, of course. Why not? Before you even start searching for them, you have started a systematic review. So there is also what they call empty reviews. Empty reviews. And I still go back to where we started to say that the systematic review helps to inform decisions. And I mentioned decision at the research level, policy, practice, and also for patients. And so if you find that you have done a systematic review and you have empty review, in which sense you do not have any study to be included, it's an indication for research. So what your conclusion would be that this is an important area, but we don't have anything really done. I think there is need to really vigorously pursue research works in that area. If you have 5 studies, you can do that. If you have 1 study, you can also do that, and the conclusion will be similar. But 5 studies, it depends on what they have found. It's possible that they have found not very good, high quality evidence. You can recommend on that. You can then also say that there are paucity of data in this area, that there is need for more studies to be undertaken. Yeah, so those are possibilities. And so group 9, thanks very much. I think you are on the way to do this. Are you planning to continue this going forward?
Definitely, yes. We our group leader, Jocelyn Chikwa, is really working hard to see that this work will continue after now.
Okay, great. So you can plan to also join the mentoring group if you are interested in that. So overall, how has this group projects and the group discussions you have had helped your learning of this course material? Group 9.
For me, I would say that for now, I haven't done this before, though I have taken a course on systematic review and meta-analysis, though even at the end of the course, it was just theoretical. I was just like saying, I didn't know anything. Though I had the mind of getting more knowledge on this aspect and finding this advert on this platform, I was very excited to apply. Though the first time I applied was not, I was not accepted. But I'm so happy to be part of this meeting. It has really opened my horizon to a lot of things, and I feel I'm going to adopt this aspect of research in my discipline by looking at meta-analysis on the use of or phytochemicals in the treatment of cancer and other related inflammatory diseases, to see what has been done in that area. So, but although I still have some difficulties, which I think this can be solved by my gradual maybe incorporation into the mentoring group, where I will learn better skills and adopt them in the future.
Okay, thanks very much. And and this goes to all the groups. When I ask the question, how has the group? I'm not saying you make assessment of the course. Perhaps at the end, if you have time, you can say some words, which I usually do to give people time. But I want to know how useful and what value the group works you have been doing added to the learning of the course material. So for those who have not caught on, just note that is what I'm expecting from you. All right, let's go back to group 8.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. This is Noha from Sudan.
Yeah, so keep to your 7 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Go on.
I'm going to represent group 8 in the systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence of ovarian cancer among African women population. The content of our presentation include the title, abstract, background, search question, objective, protocol, methodology, study search, study screening, and all these things. In our abstract, ovarian cancer is the 7th most common malignancy in women across the globe, and significant public health concern for adult female false. However, for women in Africa community, only little is known about this gender-based health condition, coupled with scanty research and scientific contribution due to the lack of relevant facilities. In this study, we have included 883 articles were targeted for this review, and 3 articles only made this review exclusive. Okay, I'm going just to skip the background. Our research question able to cover the BICO element. The B for the participant are African women population. For the I or E, any risk factor. We didn't specify a specific risk factor, but we are going to see any risk factor we can find it for this study. For C, the comparison is the cohort groups that we will find it in between the groups in the study, and the outcome is ovarian cancer. The objective of this study is to determine the prevalence of ovarian cancer among African women population from any type of exposure. Our protocol included content, abstract, background, aim and objective, inclusion and exclusion criteria, preliminary research strategy, study search, and data extraction, synthesis, and dissemination plan. Our methodology, we have searched made through the specific term concept. The term were built through PubMed Advanced PubMed Builder. The data were extracted include the original studies research, and we have identified all free full text and non-full text. Data were saved in two separate files in PubMed format and transported to Rayan. The study screening, we have built a term for searching. For the first concept for prevalence, we have used mesh term. For the second concept, we have used ovarian cancer. We have also used mesh term. For the search term looking for Africa, we have included African part of Africa, plus the all the countries of Africa. Also for women, we have included some terms, and also we got some results from that. And for the concept 5, for the population, we have included number of terms, and we have searched them also. Combining all these terms together, and we run the search, we come up with 2,121 hits. Out of them, 883 are full articles, which are free. We have, of course, exported 2 files. Then we have developed our Prisma framework for the study. So it looks like that. We have 2,121. We have transported only the full article because in the time is not enough to search the other from the other source. So we only interested on the 883. Then we have gave this the first screening and the second screening for the relevant. We able to move some of them which are irrelevant. Then we have we have removed 44 from them which are irrelevant. Then we have retrieved 40 of them. So the irrelevant are okay. The exclusion criteria, we have included actually all type of study except systematic review.
You have 2 minutes more.
Okay. Coming back. After we uploaded the studies on Rayan, we have applied again the inclusion and the exclusion criteria. We come up with only 3 articles are relevant for the study. Then these 3 articles, we are trying to apply systematic review through Refman, but we will not able to do Refman analysis. But from the observation, our 3 studies included in this review are heterogeneous. They are using different methodology or different type of study, different design, different settings. So we assume that we should apply REMA meta-analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is your last slide, eh?
Actually, this is not the last one, but I don't know what happened.
Okay. You concluded. All right. Fantastic. You can stop showing your.
Okay.
That's really good. Really good to see that you have put efforts in this group 8. Does anyone from the audience have any questions, comments to group 8? Otherwise, I think your presentation was clear, and your decisions were also well articulated. So quite good. You have perhaps you plan to continue with this, or what is your plan?
Yes, we are planning to continue to do the Riffman analysis and to see is it different from what we have done manually. Because our conclusion is it was there is not enough data to run the meta-analysis actually.
Yeah, of course, and this goes to all the groups. For this project work you have done, you have searched only one database. So if you're doing this in real life, then you need to now sit down and develop the topic, develop your protocol, and then you are going to search much more databases. And perhaps when you have done that, you're able to get more studies. Okay.
Yeah.
So for those who have not filled the evaluation, Eman is still sending those information there on the chat box. So please do so. Okay, I have Aliyu Showe. Have something, please, quickly. Oh, your hand is off.
It's okay. Well, thank you so much, Professor. Yeah, I'm actually a member of Group 8.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that this was indeed a very good learning experience for all of us. Particularly, I really learned a lot, and I think you managed to deliver this in a very good way, such that everyone has very big interest in it. I never thought anyway we will sit in whole 24 hours and just sleep for about 1.5 hours. In our group, some of us slept less than 2 hours last night. So and still everyone had the passion to continue working on it, and it was like a family. So I just want to say thank you so much. Indeed, I really learned a lot. I got introduced to systematic reviews during my master's training in Sweden, but it was just a high level summary. So it was nothing close to as detailed as this one. And I really learned from my group members too. And some of us even started calling each other, checking on each other, waking each other up and things like that. So I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ali, for that. I think it's fantastic to hear that there is hope for Africa, really. If people will just to gain knowledge with sleep for 2 hours, then there's nothing we cannot do to put our continent in the right path. So it's quite encouraging to hear that. All right, let's go to Group 10.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Go on, please.
Okay, I am Oluta Shukumbi representing Group 10, and the review that I'll be presenting, or the report I'm presenting now, is a collaborative effort of our group members. A good chunk have been able to put in one part or the other. It's been the teamwork, and it could have been better than this, but for challenges that we have within the group, some are not feeling disposed, some lost loved ones during the week and all that, but be that as it may, we are able to still put up something for us to reason on together. The topic we worked on is prevalence of tuberculosis in Africa, a systematic review and meta-analysis. This title we explored further, looking at the participants being humans and animals. Then the outcome is just the tuberculosis infection, but it's only while having sufficient data among countries that we are able to do any comparison. But otherwise, these are the participant and outcome much more that are more feasible, because we couldn't get to the point of the meta-analysis ultimately. So from our topic, we were able to generate the primary or main systematic review question, then, which is as indicated to estimate the prevalence of tuberculosis in humans and animals within Africa. Then the secondary questions are as highlighted to illustrate the spatial distribution of this using available reports, then to look at risk factors associated with the condition. In our search, we are able to pull out 5 key concepts as indicated from our major research questions. So the 5 key concepts were treated one after the other using the PubMed. We were able to search through using the mesh term and some other keywords. But certainly we need to be able to indicate that this may not be too exhaustive, but at least these are the search words that we added along with the mesh term. So this generated 3.1 million plus results. And we did the same way for tuberculosis, 270,000 plus results. We did the same for humans, 20,000 plus. We did the same for animals, and then for Africa. After all of these individual search, we combined the searches, and we had this algorithm formulated in a way that we had 410 results ultimately. Combining all the algorithms. These 410 results, we saved them. We saved up all the text and using PubMed formats, and we're able to open it up in Rayan for further evaluation. So we explored it in Rayan. What we did in our group is we had 6 of us that were available at that point in time. So we just said two people will review a section. We gave ourselves 1/3 of it, about 137 for each group. But it was quite tedious to run through all of those ones to be able to select. Eventually, we still had arbitrator for for the selections that we did. The inclusion and exclusion criteria that we used were just as listed here. We tried to exclude a number of systematic reviews or review articles that are in the study. Anyone not in English was excluded. Was excluded. Those that are not in English, and all the other inclusion criteria as highlighted. In our efforts to clean further our data or to go on with meta-analysis, we try to generate. Okay, we try to generate a data extraction sheet, which is having all of this section, country, region, journal, and so many, and all these sections were included. We were still populating this by the time our time was off. So, but in all our searches, or while we were selecting our articles, ultimately we were able to come down with 25 full-length articles, which we were trying to pull together into the extraction sheets for meta-analysis, but we couldn't go beyond that. We have agreed in our group to make efforts to continue in the processing, so as to be able to carry out the meta-analysis and use more database searches apart from PubMed, which we have used this time around. Aside that, Prof. Bright have also mentioned about the issue of being able to add more countries to the search term of Africa. We also did not include, we just used Africa mesh word and a few other terms. So all of these we'll be able to incorporate in our next while we continue. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, group 10. Yeah, you can stop sharing now. Anybody, any comment to group 10? Okay, group 10, like other groups, obviously time was not on our side, except if you wanted to imitate what group 8 did by sleeping 2 hours in the night, then maybe we'll have gone further. I didn't.
We were unable to do that.
Yeah,
Several people were ill already without doing that.
Yeah, so I wouldn't encourage you to after spending the whole, but it showed quite a good interest in pushing forward in this course. But otherwise, I think you can still, if it's something that you want to continue, you can still push on to finish it up. But I think so far you are on the right track, and some of those things you didn't do, I mentioned, you can take them on board when you are doing this. Okay, just like I asked other groups, how did this group project help your learning of the course material? Anyone can represent group 10 in that? Group 10, have you disappeared?
No, I wish other group members actually respond. That's my, but on a personal note, it's been a learning experience. I've never done meta-analysis before. I've always longed to do it, but being able to understand the process, the protocol up to this point, I am so grateful to God. And some of the things that I have not been able to get right, I've gotten additional videos. Trying to watch the videos of the previous presentation. So I just believe it's awesome start. And that's 70% that you said, your teacher said we should go and catch. We will do by God's grace.
All right, great. Let's go to group 11.
Please allow me to say that I have become a learned friend, or I can talk Pico, or I can talk Revman, Rayan. I was grappling a lot in the dark with my literature review, but this week has been very, very transformational, and I know I'll do a better job at it. And yeah, thank you all members of group 10. We are not stopping here. We are continuing. They were very, very supportive, very patient, explaining everything, sending additional videos on Revman and Rayan. So thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you. Okay, group 11, go on. Please unmute yourself if you are muted.
Yes, I'm muted. I've unmuted myself.
Great.
Trying to move my slide is not moving through. I had to change my, okay. The topic today is, our topic was socio-demographic factors of health care workers affecting COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy, systematic review and meta-analysis. We formulated our question using the PO model with our population of participants being healthcare workers. The intervention was COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy. We didn't have any comparative group. And the outcome measures was socio-demographic factors, which included age, gender, healthcare worker category, marital status, and income. We tried identifying eligible studies by having our search strategies where we developed 4 concepts. The first concept was healthcare worker, and then the second one was the demography using the medical subject heading and keywords to represent demography. Then the third concept was the match word for COVID-19 as well as other keywords for COVID vaccine. Concept 4 was the keyword was hesitancy, and these were the keywords we developed for the search strategy. Having had these search strategies, because of our limitation, we had to browse, we had to search for these articles using only the PubMed database. We imputed all our concepts into the database, and we had some articles, and our inclusion criteria were that all papers should be done among healthcare workers, There should be no restriction to age. The article must be in English language. There's no restriction to the study design. And then we ask studies with associated data, that is studies which had additional resources. The exclusion criteria were, it should not be other vaccine, it should not be a vaccine apart from the COVID-19 vaccine. Where the healthcare workers categories were not disaggregated, we excluded such data. And then we also excluded data lacking proportions. And then data also lacking acceptance or hesitancy of the vaccination. The articles we got on PubMed was saved, and then this was imported into the Ryan software. After importing all these articles in, all members of the group were invited as collaborator. I was the arbitrator to look into the article, the abstracts of the article. They were all blinded. We gave ourselves time, and then we came back to unblind. And then we all looked at the article, and then as an arbitrator, where we had conflicts of ideas, we looked into the article critically together, and we were able to include the articles we needed. The quality assessment was done using the risk of bias. After this, we had some, I would talk about the audit trail of the articles we had. The risk of bias tool for cross-sectional study by the National Health Blood and Lung Institute tool for observational quote and cross-sectional studies was used. Because we used this tool because it had a guidance for choice of criteria in that 14 domain, and the quality rating could be good, fair, or poor. The audit trail showed that we had 148 papers from PubMed. When we got to Rayan, we were able to screened out 19 papers using the criteria healthcare worker. Of these, we found 12 articles eligible. And then while we're working on this, we had only 4 papers where we could extract the data because of the time constraint. How did we extract our data? We created a Google form, and these are the portions of the Google form highlighted in the chat. And the articles were distributed among the group members, and the Google forms were filled and submitted online.
2 minutes more.
This generated an Excel sheet where we reviewed all the inputs by the group members. We couldn't proceed to data synthesis and meta-analysis. Our major reason for not doing this is time constraint. We were not happy about this. But we had the strength of the fact that members of the group were committed, and then the use of the WhatsApp group and Zoom meetings was also strength for us to be able to achieve what we achieved. I want to appreciate everybody for listening and to say, Bright, we appreciate you for what you have done for us. We can't say thank you enough. Thank you so much.
Great. That's fantastic. I appreciate all of you too for being here, especially those who slept only for 2 hours. That's wonderful. I think you all have done a great job till now. Okay, any comments to, okay, I see some hands already. Mustafa, please, and then Fatih after that.
Thank you very much, the group presenter. It was really, really nice presentation. However, from the beginning, I was a bit, I didn't understand. I want you to help me out with the topic. From what I saw, vaccine hesitance is like a new phenomenon anyway associated with COVID-19 that is coming up. But you classified it, or rather, you tried to explain it as an intervention, and I got confused. I thought it's more or less like an outcome. And, if you are talking about the socio-demographic factors that have effect on it, the social are those factors that could determine, maybe someone having this vaccine hesitancy. So I was wondering whether it was correctly classified as being an intervention, or rather should be more or less like an outcome. Thank you.
Yeah, an outcome.
Was an exposure.
Yeah, group 11.
Thank you, Kelvin. Kelvin just spoke out my mind. Because, you know, when you have a PICO model, anything can be your exposure or your intervention. We depends on what your topic is. Our income, our interest, our outcome interest was to look at whether age, gender, or marital status or category of categorization as an healthcare worker determines whether you're going to take the COVID-19 vaccine or refuse to take. So the exposure was the refusal to take the vaccine, while the outcome were the social demographic factors of this individual. Thank you, and over.
No, I think it should be the other way around, really, because what you are trying to see is that whether the social demographic factors influence your choice of hesitating to take the vaccine or not. So the vaccine hesitancy is actually your outcome. It's your outcome. So group 11, you have to look at that. Let me ask, did you find any previous review on the topic, this topic you have done? Group
there was no
11.
previous review.
Okay, so I don't know if some of you are in the mentoring group. Please bring this up there. I think this will be an urgent paper, really. It's an urgent paper. I think you need to push it on, but I think we can look at it.
Thank you, Bryce.
Yeah, this is an urgent paper, so I think you can push it on, especially if you look at the, you can do a global study. You can also focus on Africa, but the vaccine hesitancy is the outcome here. I think, and I'm very convinced about it.
It is the outcome.
Yeah. Okay, I have Fatih, please go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. The question I wanted to ask was actually asked by the previous person, so that's all. I was just wondering too about the interchanging of intervention and the outcome in their work. Thank you, sir.
Great. All right, let's go to the last group, group 12. He eats last, eats best.
Yes.
Sorry, Prof, you didn't ask us how we felt. Group 11.
Sorry.
Is it because our work is
don't crucify me. I forgot. But it was a very good presentation. So the question I have for you now is this nice work you have done and has good potential to if you publish this systematic review, given the situation we have now, WHO may pick it up. How did working in this group add value to understanding the course material?
You see, on my own part, I'm coming from humanities, so I'm not used to literature systematic review. But when I started, I was really scared. But along the way, the group members and the lectures you gave and the rest of them really beefed me up. And I think now I can confidently say that time to organize systematic review for my own school too, at least in my own department, because it's really something worth doing. So I am very grateful for this golden opportunity. And I'm going to enroll into the mentoring class and the reviewer. And my group members, please, let's continue this good work. After the whole lesson, let's arrange to continue to push the paper so that we can be able to get it published. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, all my group members. Group 11, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, sir. I have Oluwa Bukunola. Sorry if I don't get it.
It's fine, it's fine. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Professor Bright. Thank you, Team 11. Thank you, everyone. 3 things that I get. I appreciate the diversity of people that we had to work together with. And I also say that as a team, we really appreciate the tenacity to continue, even when we had issues. But along the way, in fact, for us to get this topic, we had to change topics like 3 times. And, you know, the beauty came out at the end of the day. And I also say that the challenge is success doesn't come while you're just sitting down or idle. I know this training has actually kickstarted a part and a portion of me as an individual. And for everyone, I as a group, I don't know if I'm speaking your mind, but this was really a good work. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Great. Okay. Now we have heard Hamidi didn't want to leave here without talking about his. So we have done that. And thanks for reminding me. Let's go to the last group, group 12.
Hello? Can
Yeah,
somebody
we're
hear
hearing
me?
you. We're hearing you, but your presentation is not showing.
Wow.
It's not appearing yet. Are other people seeing it? I'm
No,
not
sir.
seeing it. It's still
Not yet.
trying to share, but it's not sharing yet.
No, I can't see.
The blank screen.
Maybe you can stop it and start again.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do.
And if maybe any of your group members, if you continues has it, you can do that, and we can you can present from your end. Please try again.
Can you see it now?
Not yet. Not yet.
Nope.
Wow. What's up?
Let me try to share from this end.
Yeah, see if you can.
So Chibeze, you stop.
You need to stop sharing.
Yes, sorry. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
It's on now. It's on now. You can share.
We hear you. Just go on.
Thank you. This is the Group 12 output titled "The Effect of Micronutrient Supplements on the IQ of Primary School Children in Africa Setting, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis." That's the background. Sorry, this file is not the same that I was to share, but they highlighted components of the background that micronutrients as vitamins and minerals obtained from diet and needed by the body in small amounts. The impact of the deficiencies on life of children and pregnant women, particularly here our interest is the children. Then a systematic review revealed that the deficiency is more prevalent in children, hence the need for public health initiative. To that extent, we needed to look at data from literature on supplementations in African children with respect to the impact on IQ. Yeah, go ahead. The objective, I've mentioned it. So that's it, move on. So the methods deployed, of course, we did a systematic review, in which case using the PRISMA model, and the following criteria were used for that. For children under 18, micronutrient exposure, the African countries, and impact on IQ or cognitive function. We use the PubMed database in the last 5 years, and the inclusion parameters were as indicated. 2 reviewers did screening for eligibility. The third reviewer provided arbitration if there was a discrepancy, and this was done using REA. The critical appraisal was based on the EPHPP format. Incidentally, I think at this point we need to mention that we had tried other titles, but returned a nil, a blank result, hence this one. Duplicate screening was done again on RIAM by two independent screeners, and then data extraction was done. Go ahead. The search strategy followed the PICO model, and the participants were children, intervention, micronutrient supplements, and the outcome is IQ. The mesh terms are indicated. Sorry, the other file I had, we had them. Go ahead. So sorry, go back. Go back. Yeah, the terms were highlighted to and signify how it was meshed, but these you can take micronutrients, zinc, minerals, vitamins, and the rest. Move on. Yeah, the Prisma chart we used is as indicated. Again, recall that I mentioned that we drew a blank search initially, and then we modified the title and got what we have here. At the end of the day, elimination, we came back to two materials which were now dealt with. Go ahead. Again, that's a model of the critical appraisal we used. Move ahead. Now, these are the details of the critical appraisal. Again, the file we are supposed to share did some highlighting. One, we're looking at micronutrients in school children using a research methodology based on certain parameters that are reported in the literature and the findings made. We saw that discussion and appeal the question of objective of the study, which in our consideration was met, but we had challenges with the sample size. But go ahead. Sorry, is that all you have?
Yeah, this is the last slide that I had.
Oh, sorry.
On what was shared.
Let me do some supplementation here. Yes.
You have 1 minute more.
Wow. What's happening? Oh, the system seems. Well, we had some points of critique. The sample size was one. The system appears not to be responding. Sorry.
Okay.
Can any of the group members? Okay, sorry. I think I have it.
Your time is.
Just a moment, sir. The material didn't report blinding and attrition rate. We couldn't see justification for the use of SMD. And then information and the power size calculation as well as sample size, like I mentioned, were questioned. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Group 12. Does anyone have any comments? Any observations?
Hello?
Yes, okay. Emman, you are in group 12, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
let's get reaction from the other groups. I have OB here, and then we'll allow you to speak. Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Group 12, for your presentation. My concern is that when you searched and found out you are not getting a lot of studies, I expected you to maybe delimit your studies to 5 years. You know, you limited it to 5 years. So you could have included, increased the search period to 10 years or 15 to see if you will get more study. That may have helped a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, that is the if you have your protocol you written already, you wouldn't be doing try and error in this. So formulating and then deciding on your time period. You can do it on the way, but you need to have already thought carefully about it. And with the expert group around you, you should be able to have a clear understanding of what the timeline on that evidence base is all about. So think about a timeline in beforehand, and of course, if there is need for you to make adjustment, you can do that, but not just make an adjustment based on the number of papers. The question needs to drive that timeline you set. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the contribution. That was actually the premise upon which we used. We decided to present what we found, because we recall during the sessions you did mention that once there is a protocol, we should adhere to the protocol agreement. So, and since we had already agreed before that we were going to use a particular year that we stated there, and we realized that the studies we included had only one eligible study amongst them, we decided to present the study as it is. But going forward, at least we have we now know other ways to go around it. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Eman, you want to say something, eh?
Yes. Actually, we chose 3 titles at first as a topic to search for, and we found a title of good interest, which has no systematic reviews in the field. But when we made search, we didn't find any eligible study after going through all the steps. So we shifted to the first title, and after search, we know that we can find more studies if we searched all databases, because already when we made search on Google at first to see if there are some studies in that topic or not, we found already some studies. So extending the search across all databases, we can find in these 5 years, because there was another systematic review in 2016, I think. So that's why we choose the last 5 years.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks very much. I think
Professor,
yes,
sir.
yes, please. It's who's
Please,
speaking?
sir. We just wanted you to shed more light on the result we found in that study. As we shared, there was, although they used over 400 samples, there was no statistical, there was no sign of effectiveness in the intervention. When such happened, is it okay to query why there was no intervention, or we should just report what we found?
I mean, if there is the mandate you have when you do systematic review is to critique what has happened there. You understand? So that is why you do the quality appraiser, to evaluate the potential for bias to have come into that study, because bias can really distort the finding of the study. So if from your evaluation you have found if you from your evaluation you have found that there is a source of bias that would have affected in the results, then you need to highlight that. So you need to bring that caution in terms of interpreting the evidence. But if they have done everything well, and you feel that there's really no cause for alarm in terms of bias, and the results are null, then it means that it's null. And if there are few studies you have found there, then you can recommend that we need more studies. But as far as we know now, it seems that there is no impact or effectiveness, or however you call it. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If we face such a situation and found only one study at end, is it better to say that we will modify protocol and increase the period or such, or it's
No.
just we will publish what we have found?
No. So that is why your protocol needs to drive you. protocol needs to drive you. So don't change your protocol because of you find few studies or small studies. No, you have to think about this carefully, and that is why I mentioned from the beginning. Have the team, an expert who know the field. We know what the question means. We know what the question means. So then you can take it from there. And if eventually you are convinced of the timeline you have chosen, and you find few studies, then what you do is present it and interpret the evidence in line of that. Okay, group 12 as others. Before I forget, how has the group work helped you to assimilate the material in this course?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, I have some hands. I have Ferai, and then I have Fatih.
Okay. Just briefly, I think the group exercise just re-emphasized the team approach, the need of the team to work together. The screening process, we had to coordinate who is doing the screening. Coming up with the research question, it was like an iterative process, like what Prof. Emanes shared. We had to, do a lot of discussions. So the teamwork is really key to coming up with a valid research question. There are many tools that you have exposed us to, and we all needed to learn how to apply them. So as a team, we had to allocate who's going to be doing what. And as you said the other day, garbage in, garbage out. That was really a key learning experience for us. Sometimes we just engage a librarian to do these searches. So it was really good for us to get hands-on as a team.
Okay, great. Yeah, I have Fatih.
Thank you, Prof. In addition to the teamwork, the knowledge about and the practice of teamwork on this research, I personally have gained from the group work, especially because I had to be absent at some periods due to some medical emergencies. The group work, this assignment has helped with practically doing it, especially those parts that I missed. So personally, I think the group work helped me more to do the practicals than even some parts of the class. Thank you, sir.
Great, great. All right, okay. Ahmed, I see patients are dropped. Ahmed, you can speak on behalf.
Thank you, Prof. Navarro.
Your line is bad, Ahmed.
Is it okay now?
No, it's bad. It's bad.
Sorry for that.
It's stopping our ears, really. All right. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Let me don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Let me mention. Let me finish up here. What I started on Monday, I want to repeat it, so don't get bored. Just to emphasize the fact that this is a serious thing. As we said here, SFI is trying to recruit science and scientists to be the front runners of African development, who have left this a long time in the hands of politicians, and we think that they are the ones to do this. Yes, they have important role to play, but without evidence, it will be difficult, and the evidence is generated by science and scientists. So normally for societal development without science, and a thriving science is important. Science thrives only with the right competencies, capacity, and state-of-the-art knowledge base and skills. That is why we're here. And without value-oriented scientific research, well-intentioned, with vision to solve problems, no nation can be built. So that is why we have our vision to raise the next generation of African scientists with the right competencies to drive Africa's developmental and transformational agenda through innovative scientific research. And I believe that through this week, you are able to appreciate this at the end of this week. Perhaps from the beginning of the week, it wasn't clear where we're going. But with this course, you can see what we are aiming to do, what our motivation is, and where we want to go. We have other courses in our package, and they all are targeted in the same direction: to instill excellence, to instill excellence, to instill excellence in African science through competence acquisition, capacity building, and career development. So we want to contribute to African science that tackles Africa's developmental challenges. And only a competent science can change our current narratives. So that is why we have arranged different things. And Sunday we'll have the 10th edition of our seminar series. That is why we have these hands-on courses. That is why we have the mentoring programs. And that is why we have our research programs we are conducting, targeted at this one ROS objective. So, as you can see here, we have most of you are senior academicians, professors, senior lecturers, PhD students. And we are targeting this group of you because once you receive this, the next thing will be, how do I add value to what I'm doing? How do I motivate those I'm teaching? How do I also, in my little corner, bring change? So you are change makers, you are custodians, you are stakeholders in this, and that is why we target you people. So I hope you appreciate that. So there are other courses in the line. We try to do this one at the end of the year, and this comes in January and this comes in May. We'll try to repeat them at the same time. So we have targeted 3 years period. We're offering this free of charge. That is our own contribution, and you see that it's not easy to do this. 1 week we dedicated, leave our jobs, leave everything. When I was mentioning 1,000 emails or thousands of emails in the week, I mean it seriously. If I show you even my WhatsApp, how much I have not replied. And those who sleep 2 hours, we don't only work in the day. You have to arrange the materials. You have to put them in order. And that is why now when I leave you, I'm just jumping on my decision, and then I will move and go and have a quiet weekend before I return to work next week after my holiday. So these are serious things, and that is why we invest. So in the 3 years we have planned, we are going to commit and sacrifice all this we have. So after that, we'll see where we take it from, All right, so this is where it ends, and I will stop this, and this is the chance for you. You can open your camera as I will do mine now, and if you have final words you want to say, this is your turn. Just go on. Just raise your hand. Let me see. Just raise your hand, then I see. I know everybody wants to speak, but just raise your hand. Let's coordinate it, and I have to stop you somewhere before I leave. I have about 10 minutes. We can do this now, then I have to kick off. Yeah, I have Delama, and after that I have Hamidu. Delama.
All right, can you hear me now, Prof?
Can hear you.
I want to appreciate you specifically for this training. I just sent to my chat group that this training has improved my capacity. And I want to assure you that it's not just going to stop here. It's not just going to be a head page, but we'll try to put it into practice by coming up with quality research works that will add to knowledge and improve to the development of Africa generally. So I want to appreciate you, and I want to encourage you to keep doing this good work you're doing. And I want to also throw this as a challenge to all of us, the participants. It has been quite encouraging. We have met people from different parts of Africa, and I think it's high time that we rise to our responsibility because this training has actually triggered research mindset, most especially systematic review and meta-analysis. And let's focus on evidence-based practice in our fields, and let's get topics that will bring development to Africa generally.
Okay, we can thank you very much, Lama. Before Hamidu speaks, just to mention that evaluation, please remember to do that, the evaluation. And I have noted, when I'm traveling now, I'm going to send email to those who have selected to do the video evaluation. Please feel free to say no, but if you say yes, do the best you can. Do it well. Do it well. It is for you. It is for Africa. It is for ASFI. And I'll come back to that. The certificate, that is why I'm taking the attendance. Those who have done what they should do will get a certificate. But those who have been ghost attendees, we are not going to give certificate to ghost attendees. And the mentoring program, Eman has said, please send the email to her so that we can put you in place, and then arrange that one. And then the seminar series, the 10th one is coming on Sunday and will continue to the end of the year and next year. And our surveys will be coming. We'll be contacting you by email. So please support us in that way. Okay, Hamidu, it's your turn. And then after that, I have Leah, Joey, sorry, how you say it. And then we'll see.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you have done. And my car, because I have to get somebody to drive me tab with what is happening. The session, whenever my network fails, then start moving around town. What doing to all those participate. Just as somebody said earlier, a collaborative effort could remain intact, especially those of so that we can be able to do. And specifically, with your permission, Mr. Bright, Professor Bright, I would really love if we can have among us, especially those of us in Nigeria, so that we can brush through. We can browse and then of all these things so that we can see how we can also move, contribute our own part with space to the Nigerian context. I really appreciate all that have been done. I'm going in for the mentoring and I'm going in for a review package too. I'm with Ahmed Bello University in Zaria, and I'm in development studies. So you can see I'm not in the medical line, I'm cut across every discipline. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Leah, please. Snap. Let's see how much people can get before we leave.
Thank you, really, Prof. Right? It has been a great week. I learned a lot. I first of all appreciate the opportunity to be part of this workshop. I'm really appreciate it because I learned a lot, especially Ryan, PubMed, Revman, etc. So it was really wonderful, and I wish and I feel like I will continue with the other sessions, whatever will happen. And also, let me take an opportunity to thank all members, especially Group 2. We shared a lot. We learned a lot from each other, and also the organizing team. So thank you very much. May God bless you all.
Thank you. Okay, I have Dr. Kanem here. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Bright. I am very happy to participate in this training. I can tell you a secret. I was supposed to submit my research I'm carrying out today, but because of what I learned in this 1 week training,
I've decided to keep it on hold because it means I've not done enough yet. Which means maybe if I had done it, I would have published it in a local journal. But from what I've learned here now, it means I have to look to publish something in a bigger journal. I have a lot of work to do. So just based on if I had to write a mail to my colleague, I said, what it's like, well, I will not submit this thing. And I explained to him, he said, hey, that's the way it's supposed to be. So I've shifted it to the next 1 month.
That's good.
So it's an eye opener. Yeah, it's an eye opener. I was supposed to submit it today. I said, no, I've not done anything. So I want to appreciate you very, very much. Other observations I will make it to the evaluation form. I hope the evaluation form has been sent to our emails because I am just about to enter a meeting now. I just got in there. My driver fortunately I had to call him so that I can move me so that I can be listening to the talks I will while it was going on. I want to appreciate even my group lead, Tungule, who did a lot of work, who did a lot of groundwork for us to key in. Thank all the members of my. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All the best. All right, I have Bakisu. And after that, Obi can speak.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate you. It has actually been a life-altering experience for me because I find it very, very useful to me. I have not gained I don't have any experience on writing, and I've really gotten one here, especially on as an expert reviewer, not only on systematic reviews. I also see that it has underscored the importance of collaborative research. If there's one thing I'm taking home, it is that there's the production of quality paper, quality work in collaborative research. I see the passion of how people work together. It's actually very, very encouraging. I want to thank you and really appreciate you. It has been so not easy for me because on the part of where I am, this program starts by 2 a.m., but I still had to follow up. I thank you and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay. Obi Izuchukwu.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Bright and Eman. It's really been a wonderful week. And I must say that when I received the invite to attend the training, I was expecting just meta-analysis. But at the end of these 5 days, I mean, the experience surpassed what I thought about. It wasn't just about meta-analysis and systematic review. It was a transfer of I will call it a wholesome spirit of excellence. And it's really changed my view about research, not just for publication's sake, but to improve practice, to impact, to cause a change. And I thank you so much for that. I thank you so much for that. And taking it forward, I will be part of the mentorship and I will try to also pass this knowledge to my colleagues here so
Thank
that
you.
we'll start practicing better science. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Okay. I have Muftao Yunusa. You're muted. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm extremely grateful. I'm so delighted. I've done some researches, but honestly speaking, this last 5 days has been like 5 years. I have to be honest with you. And I have been kept so busy. And I think you have done so much for me in particular and for us in general. And I promise that, God willing, I shall try to, my resident doctors, my colleagues, I shall try to work with them and how they can also learn little I know from. I promise you that I promise that we are going to continue to be together and we shall continue to give you feedback on whatever advancement we reach. And I hope that other seminars and program of the RC, you are going to include me in the group. Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I have Setonji and Proscovia, then we'll end it for the sake of my time. The other ones, please, sorry about that. I hope you really understand. Setonji and then Proscovia, we end. You're muted. You're muted, Setonji. Please unmute yourself first.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I would like to thank you very much, Professor Bright. It's the first time I participate to that kind of workshop on systematic review and meta-analysis. I can assure you I learned a lot, even if I didn't participate as it's supposed in the work group. But I think I gained a lot for this workshop. I would like to thank you very much, you and your team. Thank you,
Thank you.
Professor Bright.
Thank you. Okay, Proskovia.
Hello, Dr. Bright and team. I would like to say thank you so much for the opportunity to participate into this. It has awakened my way of thinking again, and I do really appreciate, especially now I feel more competent to review articles from meta-analysis, which I was declining before because I wasn't feeling confident. But with what I learned from you today, I think I'm able to do this. And I would like to thank you so much for sharing with us the vision about Africa and your love for Africa and the inspiration. I think working as a team, we're going to change Africa together. I feel inspired. I thank my team. I thank the team who have been sharing all this, Emma and your group. And also I've tried to share as much as inviting many African friends to participate into the next series, which is a broad kind of thing, I think to call across people. So I've tried as much as I can to tell people, don't miss Sunday. There is something new. But thank you so much. And together we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think we'll stop here. Thank you, everyone, for this week. And I hope we can all rest and refresh for the next week. So I wish you all the best. I wish you the best. Yes, I wish you the best. I wish you the best.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
God bless you. We appreciate you.
Bye. Bye.
Enjoy your holiday.
Didn't take the picture. The mic was
My
taken.
group mates,
Bye.
group one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Obi, I love you. Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody. Bye. Nice
Bye.
talking to you all. Bye.
Bye, Group 12. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Prof.
Bye.
Bye.
The next part of the
Bye.
Bye.
So they know that world in a way.